Okay, 5 o'clock. Are you ready? Okay. Good evening. Let's call to order the special council meeting closed session of October 21st, 2025 at 5 p.m. The city does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. The council meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means that the council can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments must be limited to agenda item being considered by the council. If the speaker's comments are not related to the agenda item, the presiding officer will rule the speaker out of order. The speaker will not be ruled out of order because of disagreement with the content of the speech. Location and online meeting details are available on council agenda. Scan the on-screen QR code or click language access and translation link on the council agenda to read and listen along in more than 60 different languages. Use the show caption button to view captions on Zoom. Following the closed session, the regular council meeting will begin at 7 p.m., followed by a meeting of the Sunnyvale Industrial Development Authority and a joint meeting of City Council and Sunnyvale Financing Authority. We encourage the public to stay tuned and participate in the regular joint meetings. City Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Mayor Klein.
Present.
Vice Mayor Sell.
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros. Councilmember Mellinger.
Present.
Councilmember Srinivasan.
Present.
Councilmember Chang.
Present.
Councilmember Lay. 5 present with Councilmembers Cisneros and Lay absent.
Okay, and both those absences are excused. Members of the public will now have the opportunity to address the council on closed session items. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on the telephone to indicate you wish to speak. I will call on the members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers have 1 minute to speak. Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
And there are no individuals online indicating a desire to speak on the closed session items.
Okay. Okay, so I will close public comment. Council will now adjourn to closed session. See you back at 7 p.m. I have to announce what that
Good evening. Let's call to order the council meeting of October 21st, 2025 at 7 p.m. The city does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Sunnyvale prides itself on the rich diversity of our residents. We are committed to creating a culture of belonging where members of our diverse community feel included, safe, and respected. This council meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means that council can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments must be limited to the agenda item being considered by council for a consent calendar and public hearing items. Speaker comments during oral communications must be limited to matters within council's authority, generally referred to as council's subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker's comments are outside of council's authority, sorry. If a speaker's comments are outside of the, sorry, I'm way down in my script. Yes, I know it's council, but I jumped back to financing authority. Sorry. Okay. There we go. Now I'm fine. If a speaker comments are not related to an agenda item being considered, the presiding officer will rule that speaker out of order. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of a disagreement with the content of their speech. Location and online meeting details are available on the council agenda. Scan the QR code on the screen or click the language access and translation link on the council agenda to read and listen along in more than 60 different languages. Use the show captions button to view captions on Zoom. Comments on matters not on the agenda must be submitted prior to the time I call the item for oral communications. Comments on agenda items must be submitted prior to the time I close a public hearing on that agenda item. Speakers are requested to keep their comments to the time period set for that specific item, and time limits will be strictly enforced. Guidelines are posted on the city's website and on the council meeting agenda. First, please join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next is roll call. City Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Mayor Klein,
Present.
Vice Mayor Sell,
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros, Councilmember Mellinger,
Present.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Present.
Councilmember Chang,
Present.
Councilmember Lay, 5 present with Councilmember Cisneros and Lay absent.
Thank you. And please note for the record that Councilmember Cisneros' absence is excused. Next, Vice Mayor, may we please have the closed session report?
The city council met in closed session on the following items: California Government Code Section 54956.9, conference with legal counsel pending litigation. Paragraph 1, subdivision D of Section 54956.9, name of case Troy versus City of Sunnyvale Workers' Compensation Appeal Board case number ADJ 162-107-90. Nothing to report. And California, these are all also in the agenda. California Code Section 54957 and 54957.6, Public Employee Performance Evaluation and Compensation. Title, City Manager, nothing to report. And California Code Section 54957, Public Employee Evaluation. Title, City Attorney, nothing to report. The City Council also met in closed session on October 14th, 2025, regarding the following item: California Government Code Section 54956.8, conference with real property negotiators, property 295 South Matilda Avenue, agency negotiator Tim Kirby, city manager, negotiation parties Mid-Penn Housing Corporation under negotiation, price in terms of payment lease. Nothing to report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Next, we have several special orders of the day. Let me come up to the lectern. Good evening. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a few special recognitions. Tonight, I don't see them here. We are joined by someone from the Filipino organization. No? No, doesn't look like they're here. Okay. We're here to recognize Filipino American History Month. October was first recognized as Filipino American History Month in 2009. October marks the first recorded presence of Filipinos in the continental United States. They landed at Morro Bay on October 18th, 1587, in a Spanish galleon. In California, Filipino Americans are the third largest ethnic group in Silicon Valley, and they make up approximately 15% of our diverse Asian American Pacific Islander community. Filipino Americans in our community are students, teachers, leaders, artists, scientists, athletes, neighbors, and friends. Their contributions in these and other fields have enriched American society. I encourage all in Sunnyvale to learn about, recognize, and celebrate our Filipino American community this month. On behalf of the City Council, it is my great pleasure to proclaim the month of October 2025 as Filipino American History Month. Thank you. Our second recognition is in honor of Hindu American Heritage Month. And joining us tonight is Narendra Pathak, a member of the Santa Clara County Human Relations Commission. Narendra, you want to come forward? Would you like to say a few words? Come on, yeah, perfect. There we go.
Hey.
First of all, today is a very important day, City of Sunnyvale Hindu American Heritage Month. And this one is a very dedicated city council. Now, I like to say some of the few words. Honorable Mayor Larry Klein, all my council members, brothers and sisters. This is the happy Diwali. And this whole month and this whole week, Diwali celebration. Unfortunately, so many people like to join today, but this Diwali celebration, they could not attend. Sorry for that. My name is Narendra Pathak. I am City of Sunnyvale resident since 1981. This is my remarks to the community about my personal experience, expertise, what the proclamation to the American people and city of Sunnyvale residents. Very sad things. I had a brain stroke in 2019. Sorry for my speech, not very clear.
No, you're fine.
I'm physically disabled. But anyway, my vision is providing community service. I'm serving as a County of Santa Clara Commissioner, Human Rights Commission. Second thing, In-Home Support Service Advisory Board, IHSS. Another State of California, IHSS, Consumer Alliances, CICA. Another VTA Board, Committee of Transportation and Mobility and Accessibility, CTMA, and Santa Clara Family Health Plan Advisory Board member. Before I served the City of Sunnyvale, I served Library Commission, Housing and Human Service Commission, City General Plan Advisory Board, and Library of the Future projects. Now, we can see in the City of Sunnyvale, the library, because rapidly growing and for the new generation. And also, this is the 2025, and we are making the remarks 132 anniversary of when the Hinduism officially introduced to the United States of America by Swami Vivekananda at the year 1893, World Parliament of Religion in Chicago. This is the large conference at that time recognized about Hinduism. And also, Hindu temple, the first Hindu temple in the United States was built in California, especially in San Francisco on January 7, 1906. We are very fortunate, first Hindu temple built in San Francisco, California. And at that time, most of our president in the past, they recognize. And also, October was chosen Hinduism heritage because October was chosen because it marks the birth month of the Mahatma Gandhi and includes the Hindu festival, Diwali, Navratra, Ras Garba, all kind of the recognition issued by mayors, governors, and county supervisor for the historical, cultural, and civic celebration event. And many may also recognize special day, special week, special month, just like this month. And Hindu Heritage Month is very important around the world. Hinduism is the third largest religion in the world, promoting unity, non-violence, peace, human rights value, and heritage value. More than 1 billion followers and 4 million in the United States of America. The Hindu American community contributed in large scale, in a heavy large scale capacity to the United States of all the city, small city, big city, everywhere. And also county, also state, also Congress, also US Senate, CIA. You never know, so many Hindu represent in CIA also. And US Navy, NASA. NASA, just like Sunita Williams, she went on the moon. She is the Hindu. And FBI also, and United Nations, and also hospitality business. We can see in United States of America, motel hotel business, hospitality, run by Hindu. And also celebrates cultural tradition, Diwali, and so many different events. Thank you, Mayor Larry Klein, and all my fellow all council member, and also city manager, and City of Sunnyvale all staff, and also fellow citizen. God bless America. God bless India. God bless City of Sunnyvale. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For just a second, and I'll share this with you. So October is celebrated as Hindu American Heritage Month, as it marks important dates, the birth of Mahatma Gandhi, as Narendra said. The major holidays of Navaratri and Diwali, I've spent multiple celebrations of Diwali over the last 2 weeks. Globally, Hinduism is the third largest religion. And here in Santa Clara, we are home to over 40,000 Hindu Americans. Hindus have been a rich and vibrant presence in California since the early 1900s and have contributed greatly to our history, many fields, including philosophy, medicine, science, literature, and so much more. Despite this, many Hindu Americans still face stereotypes and misconceptions about their heritage and have been chosen as targets of bullying, discrimination, hate speech, and bias-motivated crimes. To affirm our statement of values, the city honors and respects individual experiences, and we will support and protect people of any race, religion, ancestry, and ethnicity. Today and every day, we celebrate our diversity, encourage all our residents and community members to learn about and celebrate the contributions of our Hindu American neighbors, friends, students, and coworkers. On behalf of the City of Sunnyvale, it is my great pleasure to proclaim October 2025 as Hindu American History Month. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Very good.
We like
Okay.
to take the pictures, some of them.
It's fine. Let's move to the front side. So take your. Thank you very much. And for our final recognition, I ask you to join me in recognizing the Friends of Sunnyvale Public Library, an organization that makes many library events and services possible throughout the year in our city. Through their tireless fundraising efforts, the Friends of the Sunnyvale Public Library have been supporting the library and literacy since 1967. They've invested thousands of hours and millions of dollars into giving our community a myriad of treasures, scholarships for Sunnyvale community members to complete their high school educations, toys and furnishings for the popular Early Learning Hub, and funding the much-loved summer reading program. They even have fund grants for little free libraries around our city. One parent-to-be Love the Community baby shower sponsored by the Friends, saying, "I enjoyed getting to talk to other expecting families, and it was very important to make new friends who are in the same expecting stage of their lives, and this baby shower allowed us to do just that." Now in their 58th year, the Friends of the Sunnyvale Public Library continue to flourish. Their support will make the Lakewood Branch Library, which is opening up next year, a welcoming and vibrant place for our Lakewood residents and people from all over our city. Always looking towards the future, the Friends have demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the city of Sunnyvale and our community members. Joining us tonight is our Superintendent of Library Services, Garrett Kuramoto, to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. As we've heard, the Friends of the Library have a long and storied tradition of supporting our library and all the work that we do. One of the programs that the Friends have generously supported for a number of years is indeed our Diwali celebration, which we actually just held this past weekend. It was a real proud moment for us to welcome over 1,100 people to our Diwali celebration. Really, really excellent. As staff, we're really proud to be able to tell, big numbers like that, that come out to our library of over 1,000. But one of the things that for me makes me really proud and inspires is the idea that out of those, 1,000 plus, each one of those people represents a unique life and a unique story. And so, one of the stories that was told to our staff was from one of our older residents in town who said, I'm in my 70s. My husband and I moved to Sunnyvale somewhat recently. We don't actually get out that much, but we saw that this event was happening and we felt that we would be really comfortable and we wanted to celebrate with the rest of our community. So they came out and as she was, listening in on the different lectures and seeing the different presentations, she was sharing with neighbors around her, what these different things were called and the experience that she had, from India, with those kinds of things. I owned a sari like this once, and it was just a really, really neat thing for her to tell us how comfortable she felt coming out to the library and how much she felt like she belonged at one of our library programs. And then another story is actually from one of our youngest residents who told us that as she was enjoying the music and dancing out there, she said, I listen to this music at home all the time, but it's so interesting. I had no idea how many people in this city also liked this kind of music, to be dancing along. So, again, on this National Friends of the Library Week, we just are so grateful to the generosity of the Friends to help us create programs like this that really bring people together, that support the inclusivity that we're trying to achieve here in the city. And really, they are friends, but they create programs that help people make friends in this city as well. So thank you again to the Friends of the Library.
Thank you, Garrett. And thank you for those words. And in honor of the Friends of the Sunnyvale Library and their focus on making Sunnyvale a more wonderful place to live, work, and learn, I hereby proclaim October 19th through October 25th, 2025 as National Friends of the Library Week in the city of Sunnyvale. Thank you to our friends, and please pass this on to them. Thank you. Okay. And next, we'll move on to oral communications. This is now an opportunity to the public to address council on topics not listed on tonight's agenda. This section is limited to 15 minutes and may be extended or continued after the general business section of our meeting. Individuals may only speak once during oral communications. This council meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means that council can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments during oral communications must be limited to matters within council's subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker's comments are outside of council subject matter jurisdiction, the presiding officer will rule that speaker out of order. This allows council to conduct its business in a reasonably efficient manner and protects the rights of other speakers. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of a disagreement with the content of their speech. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial star 9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. Before I get to the public, Councilmember Srinivasan has several announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. The first announcement is join us at Sunnyvale's first Trunk or Treat celebration. Bring the whole family for costume, candy, and spooky fun. Come to our first electric vehicle Trunk or Treat on Saturday, October 21st from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at 433 Charles Street right here. Attendees can speak to EV owners, showcasing their vehicles with decorated front trunks. Grab a tasty bite from the on-site food trucks and complete a costume contest and scavenger hunt. If you are 16 or older, test ride electric bikes. To register and learn more, go to sunnyvale.ca.gov and search for Drive Electric or email green@sunnyvale.ca.gov. Next announcement is Sustainability Speaker Series, United for Disability and Climate Justice. Daphne Freyas is a 27-year-old Latina and disability right advocate with cerebral palsy. She was featured in the New York Times, Teen Vogue, and on NPR. In this talk, Daphne explains how disability rights connect to protecting the environment. She also shows how we can learn from the strength of disabled communities to fight climate change. Join this event to get inspired to achieve our climate goals from a new lens. This event will be online via Zoom on Monday, October 27th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. To register and learn more about the Sustainability Speaker Series and future events, visit sunnyvale.ca.gov and search for Sustainability Speaker Series or email green@sunnyvale.ca.gov. Next announcement is boards and commission application deadline. Boards and commission recruitment is underway for the following opening: Human Relations Commission. Applications are due by 4 p.m. on Monday, October 27th, in order to be scheduled for an interview with the council on Monday, November 3rd. General eligibility requirements include Sunnyvale residency. For more information, visit sunnyvale.ca.gov and search for boards and commission or call the office of city clerk at 408-730-7483 to request an application. Application to serve on a board and commission are accepted on a continuous basis. Applications received after the deadline will be considered for future openings. Thank you. Those are my announcements.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll move on to the public. I have several speaker cards in the room. First up is Susan B., followed by Brenna H. Go ahead. Oh, one moment. One moment.
Oh.
Try it
Ready?
again.
Okay. I'm Susan Bremen. I live right off of Hollenbeck. I bike around Sunnyvale, but I avoid Hollenbeck, and I will continue to do so if option 2 is installed. Tonight, I'm speaking for Sunnyvale Safe Streets. For bike safety, we support option 1, which is buffered bike lanes and the removal of all street parking on Hollenbeck. We've spoken to this council previously on this issue, and I'm going to be speaking about the 4th topic today, but I'm going to also review the previous 3 topics. So topic 1 was a parking analysis of Hollenbeck. We showed that there is little need for street parking on Hollenbeck. This finding is based on city and driveway data. Topic 2 was an analysis of Hollenbeck's option 2. Option 2 squeezes in a parking lane, greatly compromising the safety of the bike lanes. Option 2 bike lanes are dangerous because they are skinny, unbuffered, and in the door zone. Topic 3 was a preliminary look at our door-to-door canvassing experience. In the 1 mile by 2 mile area surrounding Hollenbeck, 58% of the people we spoke to enthusiastically support option 1. Only 5% were against, and the rest were neutral. Today, we will present topic 4, a crash analysis of Hollenbeck and its neighboring streets, Mary and Sunnyvale, Saratoga. We will show that the unbuffered bike lanes on Mary and Sunnyvale, Saratoga, similar to Hollenbeck's option 2, are not safe, and therefore we should not continue that design on Hollenbeck. This schematic of Hollenbeck shows that there is a high risk for bike-car crashes as it stands today with no bike lanes. Bike-car crashes commonly happen on Hollenbeck, Mary, and Sunnyvale, Saratoga. Both Mary and Sunnyvale, Saratoga have unbuffered bike lanes. Mary has the added hazard of door zone bike lanes. Sunnyvale, Saratoga has the added hazard of cars going up to 50 miles per hour. Over the last 10 years, there were 25 reported crashes on Mary, 14 on Hollenbeck, and 23 on Sunnyvale, Saratoga. In addition, there are at least just as many crashes that go unreported, according to national case studies. Combining reported and unreported crashes, both Mary and Sunnyvale, Saratoga each have 1 crash almost every 2 months. Clearly, these 2 roads are not safe. Hollenbeck's option 2 has many of the same dangerous characteristics as Mary and Sunnyvale, Saratoga, skinny, unbuffered door zone bike lanes. Thus, Hollenbeck's option 2 will not be safe either.
Thank you. Next up is Brenna H., followed by Stephen M.
Thank you. My name is Brenna Hall. I'm a Sunnyvale resident and a parent of 2 children, ages 9 and 11. My husband and I do nearly all of our daily errands, like grocery shopping and kids' activities, on our 2 cargo e-bikes, and our Strava data shows that we are Hollenbeck regulars. My 9-year-old attends Ellis and loves riding his bike to school every day. My 11-year-old used to bike to Ellis, but now that she attends SMS, her route to school would require her to cross El Camino and ride on Hollenbeck, and we simply haven't felt safe enough to let her do that. I know multiple other parents in our neighborhood who feel the same way. Adults might be able to navigate narrow, unbuffered bike lanes next to cars, but kids really need a bigger margin of safety to protect them. I now have to take my daughter to school in my car, and instead of getting morning exercise, too often we're at another car adding to traffic on Hollenbeck. This graph shows reported crashes normalized by ridership. Mary has the lowest normalized crash rate, while Hollenbeck has double the crash rate of Mary and almost as high as Sunnyvale, Saratoga, which is much higher speed. Mary's crash rate is the lowest, but it is not nearly low enough. Therefore, Hollenbeck's crash rate is definitely far too high, and bike lanes are needed. Every year, Homestead High parents know children who are hit by cars on Mary. There was a crash just 2 months ago. For parents considering letting their kids ride to school, hearing of even 1 crash will stop them. I will not let my children ride on Hollenbeck until there's a buffered bike lane with no parked cars as provided in option 1. Parents have a rational basis for their caution. Here we see crashes by age. On each of the three roads, the largest proportion of victims fall into the youth category of 10 to 19-year-olds. We must protect our most vulnerable population. According to Sunnyvale police records, the majority of crashes on these three roads are the driver's fault. Typical crashes are due to the driver right-hooking the cyclist or sideswiping the cyclist. I have personally experienced near crashes like these on Hollenbeck, and it's terrifying. The most effective preventative measure is to design the road so that human error does not result in a crash. Option 1's preventative measures will help drivers not crash into cyclists. In conclusion, Marriott and Sunnyvale Saratoga are not safe for children. Thus, Hollenbeck's option 2 is also not safe for children. City Council, I ask you to protect the most vulnerable members of our community by supporting option 1 on Hollenbeck. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen M., followed by Jonathan B.
Good evening. I really like the introductions, specifically the history about the Filipino month. California has a rich history of many cultures. Now they're all living here in Sunnyvale, hopefully in peaceful cooperation. So I want to talk about growth strategy. And first, I'd like to congratulate council and staff for the great work you've done getting an approved housing element and sponsoring growth in the city, attracting employment. There's been some great PR about growth. And the numbers that I look at the stuff and I see it, and we're about 153,000 people now. And in the next 15 years, growing about 25,000 people to a grand total of 178,000 people. So this growth comes with challenges, and the key challenge that you've addressed with strategy is the growth in transportation. If all these new residents go into driving single cars as single drivers, then we're going to have gridlock. And so you have a strategy that includes mode shift, getting people to ride in transit, or use alternate modes of transportation, including active transportation. And the strategy basically is good, but now you need to execute the strategy. And as you might understand, I'm specifically referring to the Hollenbeck study issue. There was a back meeting last week. The commissioners voted 5 out of 6 for option 1. And the quote I have is that the commissioner said it's the only safe option. And when we look at your active transportation strategy, quote unquote, it is developing a safe, comfortable, connected network of bike lanes. So if you follow option 1, then you will make a connection, because basically there's a gap now between Danforth and Alberta, where there are bike lanes north and south. There's a huge gap, so you can fill this gap. And as part of Sunnyvale Safe Streets canvassing, I've been going around my neighborhood. I live in Fairbrae, and I've talked to about 30 people, canvassed about 60 houses, and I get a very strong majority support. A lot of people are very quick to sign on. And I even got one neighbor that gave me a loaf of freshly baked sourdough bread. So what we see here is among all the adjacent neighborhoods of Hollenbeck, there's a strong majority. That's not reflected in the way that staff is working. So we need your help to get option 1 to be implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Jonathan B., followed by Janice H.
Good evening. At the September 30th council meeting, a member of the public presented some information on Hollenbeck Road, which I believe may have led to some confusion. I'm here tonight to clarify the meaning of what was presented. He presented the results of his own parking surveys on Hollenbeck. I was only able to directly compare his numbers to the staff survey at night. His numbers were 28% higher than the staff's. I don't know why, but I think the staff data is the best source of information for you. Second, he pointed out that on a weekend afternoon, almost half of the parked cars on Hollenbeck were on the east side of the Challenger School due to use of the athletic fields. However, during those times, there are a great many empty parking spaces on the north side of Challenger. Removing parking on Hollenbeck would not interfere at all with access to the athletic fields. Third, he stated that most driveways had cars in them. This is true, but the more important fact is that most of the driveways also have empty spaces, which could likely absorb a substantial part of the cars now parked on Hollenbeck. Fourth, he observed very few bicycles during his parking surveys. Hollenbeck is a very unpleasant place to bicycle. That's why we're talking about this. So no one really rides there recreationally. However, none of the surveys were his surveys were conducted during commute hours. In addition, you can't measure moving vehicles accurately during the 5 to 10 minutes that it takes to conduct a parking survey. Therefore, I would recommend that you look at the staff's report to get an accurate number for these. Finally, he cited as an example of a hazard cars speeding and curb diving at the intersection with Cascade. I certainly agree that reducing speeds and improving crossings are desirable goals, but that is not a reason to delay bicycle safety infrastructure, which will take years to implement anyway. Parking does not solve this problem because we already have parking and we still have the problem. Indeed, parking is not part of the city's traffic calming playbook. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next is Janice H., followed by Zach K.
Mayor, council members, and staff, my name is Janice Heredia. I'm the former housing specialist that is currently suing the city in workers' compensation and civil court in pro per. I'm seeking medical treatment, temporary disability benefits, and reinstatement. I earned my position through a competitive process selected by Jenny Carloni and Trudy Ryan. When Jenny left, so did my welcome and my protection. Despite him having zero management experience, Trudy Ryan had chosen Ryan Dyson to be Jenny's successor. I was informed by Trudy she would create an out-of-classification assignment to groom Dyson for the housing officer role. Due to my complaints and pending litigation, he was not promoted. The job went to the very capable and qualified woman that was originally overlooked. But for some reason, Dyson remains in that out-of-class assignment, with unearned authority making $75 an hour. Dyson was my manager for 18 days. I asserted personal boundaries about feeling coerced or voluntold to organize and attend after-work unpaid happy hours. Dyson was angry, embarrassed, and defensive. He yelled at me, called me unprofessional, warned that he would include the incident in my 90-day evaluation, and threatened my permanent employment. I was shaken and in tears for the rest of the day and had to go home early. I documented the incident in emails and asked that I not be yelled at or threatened as a reasonable accommodation. 5 days later, I was fired by Dyson and Ernest DeFrenchi, the then acting housing officer. This was an overreach and abuse of authority by an insecure and unqualified man of very little character. It was malice and oppression, casual cruelty meant to inflict harm and hardship. The result has been hospitalization due to stress and disruption of my finances. I'm now facing housing instability because of this. When I demanded an investigation and reinstatement, the city refused. The city attorney at one point said reinstatement would not be offered as part of a global resolution, indicating their once willingness to settle this without accountability. I countered that I was only seeking reinstatement. The city, in their contempt for me, then contracted outside defense for $250,000 to fight me personally, a Mexican-American immigrant woman who does not have an attorney. This money could be used to serve the community. Instead, it's earmarked to silence a whistleblower and obstruct justice. This sends a clear message to city employees, women, immigrants, Mexicans, that if you speak up, the city will throw money at trying to destroy you. I understand the council cannot respond in this forum. I do ask that the council do their own review and choose accountability over cover-ups and justice over retaliation. Entered into public record is my email to council, my civil complaint, declaration and evidence, legal services contract, and proof of the city attorney's office obstruction of justice by refusing to produce responsive documents under the Public Records Act. Believe women, justice for Jay. Have a great night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Zach K.
If I go to sunnyvalepetparade.com, I see Sunnyvale Halloween Pet Parade, Sunday, October 26, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. I was wondering if the mayor is going to be there.
The mayor will be there. Thank you, Zach. That was my last speaker card in the room. City Clerk, are there any remote speakers wishing to speak under oral communications?
Yes, Mayor. First up is Charlene L. Charlene, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council. You'll see your presentation on screen. Just let me know when you'd like to advance to the next slide.
Thank you. My name is Charlene Liu, and I'm representing Sunnyvale Safe Streets. Let's continue our short course on Hollenbeck bike lanes. I'll present topic 5, precedents set by Maud and Sunnyvale Avenue. Both of these roads were approved in 2021 for the removal of street parking in favor of bike lanes. I'll compare these roads with Hollenbeck and conclude that Hollenbeck has an even stronger case for the removal of all parking to install buffered bike lanes. Next slide, please. Before bike lanes, Maud Avenue from Matilda to Fair Oaks was like Hollenbeck is today, parking on both sides of the street and no bike lanes. Unlike Hollenbeck, Maud's very high on-street parking usage made it difficult to remove parking, 62% versus Hollenbeck's 11%. Maud also had much higher side street parking usage, 70% within 1,000 feet of Hollenbeck versus Hollenbeck's 31% within 500 feet of Hollenbeck. Furthermore, Maud's off-street parking space is much less than Hollenbeck's, both because Maud has much higher density housing and the driveways on Maud are smaller. Despite the high parking usage on and around Maud and a few off-street parking spaces, council voted unanimously for bike lanes in place of parking. These two photos show before and after bike lanes. Next slide, please. Another precedent is Sunnyvale Avenue from Hendy to Maud. Prior to bike lanes, parking usage was 26%. That's more than double Hollenbeck's usage of 11%. Like Hollenbeck, Sunnyvale Avenue has plenty of side street parking. Unlike Hollenbeck, single-family homes on Sunnyvale Avenue have fewer off-street parking spaces. Yet council voted 6-1 to replace parking with buffered bike lanes. The bike lanes on Maud and Sunnyvale Avenue have been in place for 5 and 2 years, respectively. Residents were able to adjust to the removal of street parking. On Hollenbeck, where the parking situation is much less dire, residents can surely adjust too. Given the experience with Maud and Sunnyvale Avenue, replacing parking on Hollenbeck with bike lanes should be a no-brainer. We removed parking on 2 streets in Sunnyvale's more disadvantaged neighborhoods, yet on Hollenbeck, we hesitate to do the same because the local residents are more affluent and more vocal. Who are we trying to protect? Car owners on Hollenbeck who are generally financially well off, or people on bikes who are statistically more disadvantaged? Our general plan says we aim to be a strong, diverse community that is inclusive and accessible for all. Building safe bike lanes on Hollenbeck, therefore, is necessary to satisfy the general plan. The option Sunnyvale chooses for Hollenbeck bike lanes will last for decades. I would hate for me and my neighbors to be stuck with unsafe bike lanes for another generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was my last speaker card in the room. City Clerk.
Mayor, there are no additional remote public speakers for oral communications.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and close oral communications. Next is our consent calendar. I'll go ahead and open up public comment on consent calendar items. Please submit a speaker card to the City Clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards to pull any consent calendar items. City Clerk, are there any remote participants wishing to speak on consent?
No, Mayor.
Okay. I'll bring it back to council for a motion. Councilmember Srinivasan.
And thank you, Mayor. I want to thank city staff for installing pedestrian crossing signal on Old San Francisco Road. This is in my district, and then more importantly, it connects senior home, which is Life's Garden, and then the seniors go to get food across the street on a regular basis, and then the street has been really, really dangerous for not only seniors who try to get food, but more importantly, there are 2 K schools across the street. And then by installing this pedestrian crossing signal, it would help many of the residents. Thank you very much.
So do you have a motion for that, along with that comment, or? Just a comment.
Just a comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Sal.
I would like to move to approve consent calendar item 1A to 1I.
Thank you. Councilmember Mellinger.
Second.
Thank you. Any comments?
A lot of good things are being funded for this, so please support.
Thank you. And I just want to second what Councilmember Srinivasan was talking about. I do thank staff for finally moving this forward. I've been hearing about Old San Francisco for quite a long time now, and happy to see that this is finally getting funded, and those improvements will happen sometime in the next 8 months, we hope. With that, City Clerk, please conduct the vote.
The motion carries 5-0 with Councilmember Cisneros and Lay absent.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to our general business. Our first item is item 25-0569, evaluate the City of Sunnyvale study issue process. Is there a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. The item before you is a continuation of our work on study issue on study issues. And tonight we're bringing forth the final report and recommendations for council and discussion if needed. So with that, I want to welcome Jan Perkins from Reftelis, who's the consultant who's worked on this, and Michelle Zerai, Senior Management Analyst in the Office of the City Manager, who has also been working on this. And also want to recognize Sarah Johnson Rios, Assistant City Manager, who has also led this effort on this study issue to bring it to hopefully conclusion tonight. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jan. Thank you, Jan.
All right. Thank you so much, Tim. And thank you for the opportunity to have worked with the staff and Mayor Klein and the City Council. It's just been a pleasure being able to work with you, starting with the interviews that I conducted early on, the study session back in August to get your early input, and then now this evening, and I'll be really happy to have a discussion with you after I go through a few slides. My colleague Rebecca Hoskin is on Zoom, so if there are any questions on any of the data, she's available as well to answer any questions. So I will, start the project. Here we go. So our report and recommendations really were informed by a lot of different input, starting with the City Council, but we also surveyed the board and commission members, city staff, did a lot of data analysis, and we got information from some case study cities. The workshop with city staff that was held back in July was very helpful as well. At that time, we were able to take some very early information and vet it with the staff, get their input, and then from that move to the study session in August. So all of that helped get us to where we are today. Keeping in mind the goals of our recommendations, we are going to, we have in our report 15 recommendations, and they all are designed to simplify the process, save time for everyone involved, retain that board and commission input that is so important to the council, and retain the council authority to set top priorities, which is always a city council's authority. So as we go through all of those recommendations, those are the goals that we are attempting to achieve. So the key themes, there were a number of themes that came out of our study, and just to highlight a couple of those, from all of the people that we were able to talk to, get input from, the theme overall was, let's change the process to improve, but let's not eliminate a way to prioritize. The key of being able to prioritize was one that was valued by everyone involved. And then secondly, just want to highlight that as we looked at some of the case study cities, they all have streamlined ways of setting priorities. So we tried to bring in some of that information as well to assist the City of Sunnyvale. So highlighting some of the recommendations. First of all, just wanted to start out with the terminology changes. We realize that the city of Sunnyvale has used terminology of study issue for many, many decades, and it's well understood, I think, within the city of Sunnyvale. But as things change and as we focus on those study issues are actually priorities, we're recommending for clarity that we rename those study issues as council priority projects. And we think that will be more clear as to what those ultimately are. And then the council right now has a set of strategic priorities that we're recommending be renamed strategic goals. Those are broad, multi-year in nature, and are strategic outcomes to be achieved over a number of years. And then one of the other terms that we heard early on as we started doing our work was above the line and below the line. That's not typical kind of language, and as we gathered information, including from some of the boards and commissions, it's not clear what that means. And so we're recommending let's not use that, but rather just say what is intended, which is the city manager is going to be recommending as part of the budget what would be included, and rather than what is above the line or below the line. So in the recommendations, the 15 overall, we categorize those in three ways. The study issues proposal process, and then the implementation, which is completing those study issues. And then we looked at some related prioritization and resourcing processes. You have in your report all of the recommendations, and I'm not going to read all of these, but I would want to highlight a few of these. In the interest of streamlining and saving time and simplifying, one of the key recommendations is to eliminate most of the study issues papers. And so the ones that would be provided by city staff would be those coming out of a February workshop, which I will get to, that would be reframed. And so it would be a subset of the study issues or the council priority projects that would be determined by the city council to be the ones that potentially could be funded in the budget. But eliminating most of those papers will save enormous staff time. Another one to highlight is eliminating the January public hearing. We think that's not necessary, and that would save time for both the staff and for the city council. And then expanding the focus of the February council workshop so that rather than the focus being on just the new proposed council priority projects, there would be a broader framework, update on a variety of major projects, a presentation on the fiscal outlook, not a detailed presentation, a look at staff capacity, and with the outcome of that workshop, significantly on what the council as a body is very interested in having move forward as council priority projects that potentially could be incorporated in the budget. We also are recommending to eliminate deferral of study issues. We did note in our study that there are quite a few study issues that go from year to year to year, and many of those are just do not move forward. And we think that it would be more efficient to have a timeline so that they're not they don't continue indefinitely. And we're recommending a year for that. And then just a couple of other things of just creating a consolidated form for the council priority projects and the budget proposals. We think that would be an efficient way of addressing both of those interests. In terms of the process to complete these study issues once they're approved, a dashboard, and I understand that it's gone live. So the council already has access to that now, and it's pretty detailed. And then secondly, we heard in interviewing council members that some of you are very interested in more updates on a number of the major projects. So we put as a recommendation targeted project update discussions as needed. So you already have a lot of study sessions, but to the extent that more updates are needed, we're recommending that those be provided, and that would need to be determined which ones would be most appropriate. And then we also heard from council members that there would be an interest in understanding how staff is spending its time on the implementation. And rather than recommending a full-blown staff tracking time of all tasks, which is probably not feasible, we think that there could be some key tasks that could be valuable for tracking staff time, and those would be ones where the potential for process improvement later on from that data could be considered. Let's see. And then this slide indicates the board and commission input. We're retaining board and commission input because that certainly is important to the boards and commissions and certainly to the city council. We're suggesting that that input be limited to one opportunity each year where the boards and commissions could, if they choose, talk about and decide on one item that could move forward as a potential council priority project. But there would be no staff analysis done at that point. So that would free up significant staff time. That information then would be provided so that as the council determines its council priority projects that would move forward to the February workshop, you council members might decide to include some of those board and commission ideas as well. And then coming out of the council February workshop, staff would prepare a report on those highest priority council priority projects. And then those reports then would be used by the city manager as in considering what would be recommended in the budget. Now, reframing the February workshop, what we're recommending here is that it have a broader context, that the council have an opportunity to review the existing major projects, that the city manager would provide a financial update. So that would also provide context. And then a bulk of the time, of course, would be reviewing the new proposals for council priority projects to be considered, and then deciding out of those which ones might potentially move forward to the budget, and staff would prepare reports on that subset. And then the city manager would utilize that for his recommendations. This slide simply shows the timeline. Not a lot different than what you have right now. It's pretty similar, actually. The big difference is there's no January public hearing. The February workshop is retained, but it's a broader context. The May budget workshop is retained, and then the council adopts its budget in June. A transition plan was included in your staff report, and I'm not going to go over this right now, but we certainly can discuss that as part of your questions if you would like to. But we did lay this out to give the council an idea of what needs to be done when in order to implement this on a timely basis. So with that, I'm going to turn to Michelle to finish up.
Thank you, Jan. Good evening, Mayor Klein and council members. Michelle Zerai, Senior Management Analyst. So to align with the consultant's recommended changes, staff proposed the following council policy updates. So this slide shows a summary of the proposed changes to 4 council policies. The resulting changes are summarized on this slide and presented in more details in attachments 3, 4, 6, and 8 of the report. I'll note that yesterday the city clerk posted an updated version of attachments 8 and 9. The revised language is highlighted and strike through in the red line version. This change was made to avoid duplication and consistency between Council Policy 7326 and 7319 in the colleague memo section. So tonight, staff is recommending that council receive and file the Raftellus evaluation report and approve proposed policy revisions to Council Policy 717 budget proposals process, 7219 boards and commissions, 7319 council meetings, and 7326 study issue process. So with that, that concludes the presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions from council.
Thank you. I'll take it to council for questions. First up is Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much to staff for this excellent presentation. So this is, I'm very happy to see this, first of all. I remain shocked by how much time was being spent on the study issue write-ups, and just figuring that out has certainly been a very valuable learning from this. I do have a few questions about the recommendations and some clarifications. So let's start. My reading of this is that we are still maintaining a budget proposal process. It is going to use the same form as the new council priorities, but there will still be a budget proposal process so that council members throughout the year can propose items for inclusion in the budget, and that can be evaluated and considered ahead of the budget workshop so that people don't just show up to the budget workshop with a half a dozen ideas to throw in. Is that accurate?
No, not exactly.
Okay.
Yes and no. So the proposal is that there's 3 council priority projects for each council member that one of those priorities could mirror a budget proposal. So thought through this a little bit, and we think as part of the February workshop, we would make it as part of that workshop, give council an opportunity to give the city manager input into the budget as part of that workshop. If there was something significant, like let's say a new program that just was pretty straightforward to implement, didn't require a lot of study, but would require a significant budget appropriation, we would ask that would go into the council priority project process.
Yep.
If it was something that was more sort of just routine, and I'll just use a simple example. Let's say you wanted to, my favorite example, say you wanted to just increase the number of trees we're trimming in a given year.
Mm-hmm.
We would suggest that input be given during the workshop, but also that council always has the option, as long as the council set aside is there, to amend the budget during the budget workshop to address something like that. So sort of a hybrid version of where we are right now, if that makes sense. And I'll let Jan jump in also.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to do is to reduce the amount of staff time spent on analysis. So kind of as, sort of baseline. So, and to keep the process simple. And so with that, if just mirroring what Tim said, if a budget proposal would be a new program or something that would typically then in the future be a council priority project.
Right.
But an example of how it could work in getting input that would not require any kind of write-up, you wouldn't even have to put it on a form, at the February workshop would be asking the council, as the city manager develops the budget coming up, because it's February, so there's time, what are some things that the council is interested in moving forward, whether it's adding tree trimming or whatever it might be. So that would be one way without needing to actually formalize it in a form. But if there's something that in that budget form that would be useful for a council member to put down, the city manager can advise this item is council priority project, or that really is strictly budgetary. It's not a new program. It's a decision that the city manager might be able to make in directing the staff. So we're trying to consolidate and not add time for staff to do a lot of analysis.
I very much understand that, and I agree with the need to cut down on analysis. What concerns me is that we're given 3 items, but when it comes to things like tweaking service levels, establishing small programs, let's say, things that the city manager would agree, this is going to be key, the city manager would agree this doesn't rise to the level of a priority project, right? If the city manager disagrees, it's a priority project. That's what I would say. But like, when you are dealing with that sort of thing, I want to make sure that there is still a structured way to get these, for council members to get these into the budget and to propose these in the budget so that the February workshop and the budget workshop don't turn into a free-for-all is sort of my concern, right? I'm hesitant about the idea of council members showing up to these workshops with, I want to tweak these 4 service levels, right? And that being sort of the first day that their colleagues hear about it, especially if everyone is doing something like that.
If I can make a comment, Councilmember, I think that there's, so first of all, I'd like to make a broad statement before we get too deep into the discussion of we are trying to simplify. And I just want to say that what we're addressing here are council policies. So we are not setting anything in stone. We can make changes. We can give things a try and see how they go. If they don't work, we can shift mid-cycle even. We have lots of options available to us. This is really about the working relationship between staff and council. And I would say the way to address it, especially smaller items, would be to start with, just our check-ins. Like I have check-ins with every council member. We discuss things. We do this now with this process, right? We talk about what's a potential study issue, what's not a study issue. Is it a just do it? Is it more complicated than we thought it was or less complicated? We have these discussions. I would suggest that for small items that need to go into the budget, that's where we start, is we start with just a conversation between myself and the individual council members. And then from there, at that point, more formalized feedback can happen in the February workshop. That gives staff time to come back to council during the recommended budget and say, hey, we'll come back and say, here's what we heard at the workshop. Here's what we can, and this is complicated a little bit, right? When you get into funding, because there are 50 different funds in the city. Some of them are restricted, some of them aren't, some of them are for, predetermined purposes by policy and all types of things like that. So this would give us getting that feedback in February and then coming back in May with the recommended budget and giving us time to do that sort of rough analysis. We would come back and say, hey, here's the feedback we heard in February, and here's how we addressed it in the recommended budget. So it's simplifying the process, I think, and it's making it a little bit less formal, which I feel, there definitely, I have my own anxiety about that. My staff can tell you. But I think I think we can try this and see how it goes, would be my response, and see if it works out in the way we have. I agree. Having a free-for-all and chaos right towards the end of the budget process doesn't serve any of us well. So that's absolutely not what we're going for, definitely. And also, what I'm going for is not to restrict council so strongly that you can't suggest new things, or that all I'm saying is no all the time. We don't want to say no to council all the time either. So I hope that helps clarify a little bit or give a little bit more context.
That does. I want to ask, I do want to get into a little bit about the colleagues memo process. I think that the proposal for sort of 5 criteria for what would constitute a justify a mid-year interruption makes a lot of sense. One thing that I have wondered is whether there is still room for colleagues memos to propose things to essentially go on the back of the list, right? So again, this falls under the category of items that might be just do-its, or might be, things. Again, this is the question of small things. This would not be a colleagues memo to say interrupt the work plan for this, but a colleagues memo to say, when there is time or room for this, consider putting this on the work plan. I wonder if staff have thoughts about that idea.
You want me to? Okay. So the council, the purpose of having, and I hear you say that you agree with the criteria, and not putting in some large projects mid-year. But the purpose of being mindful about adding work, I'll just put it that way, is to allow staff to really stay focused, on the approved projects, on the projects, and on the basic services that are expected to be delivered. What many cities do, and the cities that are cited in the case studies, is that if a council member is interested in something that might be small or it could turn out to be big, but it might be very important. And let's assume that all of those things are important. Starting out with a conversation with the city manager is always very, very helpful.
Of course.
And you do that here, and you have your briefings. And from that, it can move into, maybe that is something that could be put on a list for later. Or, maybe it could wait till February, but that would be a way to address it. Or it could be, it's something the staff actually could address. So I think the colleague memo and the way that the criteria is added is as a guideline. And it's not a must do, but it's as a guideline with the idea of retaining the discipline to be able to allow staff to really focus on what is approved.
That makes perfect sense to me. And this gets to what the city manager said previously, what I've been grappling with on this is on these smaller items, these items that don't rise to the level of council priority projects, what degree of formality is required on these? And what I'm hearing is that we think we can handle these a bit more informally going forward. I'm curious to hear what the public has to say on this. I'm open to the idea. I'm open to that idea of trying it, seeing if it works. And then if it's not quite firing, then maybe we look at putting in a little more process to handle that. Something that I also wanted to ask about is, obviously a major part of the benefit of this proposal is that we will no longer be doing the heavy upfront analysis on potentially 40 study issues per year. I think it's been 40 to 50 on average per year. That said, there are going to be 21 items, let's say, at the February workshop. I'm going to assume that all of my colleagues are going to come with 3. There's probably going to be some overlap among the 3, but let's say we've got 20 items in that February workshop. There needs to be some degree of analysis done before the workshop, right? Like, not to the level that is being done now, but I'm assuming there's going to be some degree of analysis done and some kind of staff recommendation of this is reasonable, this is not. And I'd like to get the city manager's thoughts on sort of what we should be expecting if we adopt this.
The short answer is yes. There would be at least a judgment call from staff about each item, whether it was feasible, a little bit of discussion around it, maybe a paragraph or so in a, in a staff report. But not a full-blown paper analysis with costing and all that. We would want to narrow that work down to the ones that we actually select to move forward into the budget cycle. So the good thing is when I was thinking about this, if you look back over the history and the report details this, regardless of how many study issues were proposed, a smaller subset makes it, above the line, and that has always been less than 21.
Absolutely.
So we're still dealing in sort of the same prioritization volume, and I think we will make sure there is enough information and discussion available to make those prioritization decisions, I think is what I'll say. And we'll keep that as simple as we can, with as little effort as we can, because that's really where we're trying to streamline. But also, we'll definitely be prepared to talk about, potential impacts or feasibility or whatnot. I think that is fair. Yeah. So I think that's fair.
What I'll add to that is that I would hope as part of this workshop that the form write-ups by the individual council members would also be included in the packet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I would think so. Yes, they'll be publicly available documents.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Last set of questions. We received an email from Planning Commissioner Pine a couple of days ago, raising some concerns about the transition process as it feeds into how this will work with boards and commissions. Specifically, if, one question was if the boards and commissions are going to have this discussion on potential, whether they want to push a priority, that they wouldn't be in November. And it seems like, well, we're already halfway through October. It's not clear to me that that can necessarily get done by November for them, especially with new process. Can you speak to that? I do believe this email went to council at.
Councilmember Mellinger, thank you. We did receive that email. And just for the council's information, staff did email all board and commission members on September 9th after the study session, letting them know that, and also our internal staff liaisons, letting them know that we were awaiting this date, that we anticipated some changes to the process based on the input we received from council in August. And so they were informed that it wouldn't look the same way that it had looked in the past with multiple ideas going and ranking and prioritization. I think at this point, we would coordinate with each staff liaison to ensure that if there were a board or commission that still wanted to have a discussion about their idea to be put forward, that we could accommodate that and have some scheduling flexibility for this year. But the intent would be to go ahead and move into the new process if that's what council decides tonight.
Okay, riffing off this a little bit, I am almost done, Mr. Mayor. When is the proposed? Does staff have an idea of when they would want the proposed council priority submitted by?
Probably January. Okay. Well, I think we had talked about January for those.
And so, board and commission ideas before then. Got it. Something that I would say on that front is that with January, you have every other year potentially new council members coming on board, and making sure once there is a council member elect that they get a good briefing on this, and that they're, with new council members coming on board, that they have enough time to get their proposals in and have some conversations. I think this year the new council members had about a week or two, which struck me as very short. And I think going forward, I personally would like new council members to have a bit more time than that. Obviously with the February workshop, that's tight, but maybe it could be new council members get a little grace on the deadline. I don't know.
I think the new process gives us actually a little bit more flexibility there, because we're eliminating the public hearing on the study issues, which was the deadline, so now we have a little bit more room, not much, but a little bit. And I think a little bit more flexibility.
Okay, excellent. That does it for my questions. Thank you again. I'm very happy to have see this moving forward.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for an excellent presentation. It's nice seeing you again after LCC. So I had several process-related questions, but before that, I really like some of the recommendation. At least you're trying to reduce the time spent during the input. It's a funnel, we all know that, and then more you spend time on the top of the funnel, it's wasteful. Right. And then I also like what city manager said, that nothing is set in stone. Any of this process, we need to observe how things work. Let me start with the simplest question on slide 14, summary of proposed revised process. Where does the strategic goals, which will be every other year, fit in? And then this is kind of riffing off what
Councilmember, I would anticipate that we would incorporate a more targeted review of the strategic goals every other year as part of the
Correct.
February workshop. And that would, be ideally, but again, as a guideline, as Jan said earlier, related to the council priority projects. And so our intent would be to continue with that plan of every other year reevaluating the council strategic goals.
Okay, so every other year, there will be a project plus goal setting workshop, right?
Correct.
And then riffing off of what Councilmember Mellinger said, every other January, we might potentially have new council members. And then if hopefully strategic, that workshop, which combines these two things, can be on the off year thing. That way, the new council members will not be pressurized to learn about both the things. That's my recommendation. I don't know.
Thank you for that input. I don't want to speak on behalf of the city manager. I think this last go around, we had actually intended to start aligning that with the election cycle.
Oh.
So it would be, newly elected council members would right off the bat have an opportunity to weigh in on the strategic goals.
I can see the value of that.
Both ways.
Otherwise, they are allowed to wait one more year, but I can also see the value of pressurizing them for both the things, but.
Yeah. Councilmember, if I can say, I don't think there's going to be large shifts in the strategic priorities, right? They might shift a little bit, but every 2 years, they should be relatively consistent or moving in sort of a predictable direction.
Yeah, as I said, I understand. We will not come up with all the 5 priorities, new priorities every other year.
We're all very good at managing stuff. So I think we have good, all of us together. So I think we have good foresight and can stay organized in that way.
Okay, thank you. I also had a question about 21 project ideas, the 3x7. You mentioned that the input we get from the staff for the February workshop may not be that intensive. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, there won't be full write-ups of all 21. Say we had 21, there wouldn't be full write-ups of all 21.
Absolutely. And then what I would recommend is, a lot of times I have seen this happen when I was on Sustainability Commission. The study issue project proposal now has such a short description, and then when staff come back with the recommendation, it's not what the proposer intended for, right? So I would expect lot more provision for a lot more input from the proposer, whether it's a council members or boards and commission or something like that. It's some kind of a detailed analysis or detailed description of what they would like to see in that project, right? That will help staff, I would imagine, to come up with their input.
Well, it'll be important that the form be clear so that council members who are writing your council priority project proposals are able to include all of the information that you would like to convey to your colleagues. I think
Right.
that's first. And then the information that staff will be providing is, as the city manager said, not a full-blown analysis, but I would envision reviewing that to see if there's some additional information that is maybe missing or that's needed just for information's sake. But I think the form will be important so that council members can provide a complete proposal so that your colleagues know what you are suggesting.
Right now, it's a text box, which means we can add whatever we want there, right?
Yeah, and I want to be careful to set expectations because I do know that council likes to analyze things also along with staff, and so I would say that there's going to be a balance, right? We don't need a full-blown analysis in the write-up. I think the reason what Jan is saying is really important is because she's bringing perspective from all this other different work that she's done with all these different agencies, right? So I think there's that balance, right? We need enough so that your colleagues know what you're proposing and to evaluate it for prioritization, and that staff understands enough to be able to say, yes, that's feasible, no, that's not feasible, or we think that's something we could dig more into. When we get into the actual write-ups for the budget for prioritization, that's when we'll get into the deeper, the ones that are quote above the line. We're getting rid of that term, but moving forward to the budget, those will get a full-blown write-up. You'll have an opportunity to look at that before we even start work on it because it'll come with the budget. So ultimately, we should be aligned. And then the other backstop is we're suggesting for targeted projects, like council has suggested, we heard you, check-ins along the way, right? Hey, here's what if it's a complicated study, it's a complicated issue. Here's what we've found so far. Do you want us to continue I'm envisioning like, hey, we've reached a fork in the road where we could go 3 different ways. We'd like to narrow that, before we move forward. So we come back to council with a check-in at that point.
Right. Yeah.
Yes, please.
If I could just add one thought to that comment. I think that's in part of the recommendation to move away from the deferral process, because we have noticed that some of the study issues where there's some scope questions have been the ones that maybe were suggested several years ago. And so we want to ensure that we are moving forward priority projects that the current council prioritizes highly, that we clarify that scope at that budget workshop, that we add those check-ins. And so hopefully there will be a timeliness to this that focuses all of us more clearly. So that's the intent.
Thank you for that explanation. That would have been my next question. But anyway, before that, this is your recommendation 8, which also says prepare a clear description of the new project, priority project, right? That's what I am alluding to. Talking about some of you have mentioned in your attachment 1, you have said the total project proposal to get funded on an average is about 20 months. And then to implement is an average 32 months, which is 52 weeks, 4 years, or just over 4 years. But we know that if you look at our feedback, the spreadsheet we generally get, and then the dashboard, there are some projects which have been there since 2017, 2019, and all those things, right? And then to your point, the relevance has gone. The council has changed. At least we have 3 generations ahead, or whatever. So how do we? So there is your analysis right on the money for pre-funding the project, or coming up with and then reducing the staff time and conserving the resources we have. But the post-funding seems to be the some of the projects are get stuck. So do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, the, excuse me, from implementation after
Correct.
the project is funded, right?
Yeah.
Well, the ones that we looked at, there are different reasons for each one. Each one of those projects is unique, but that is the reason that we're suggesting that there could be some tasks that where it might be useful for the staff to track their time in order to determine, for instance, the purchasing process. I'll just throw that one out, or contracting process. If time is tracked, how long is it actually taking for that? That might lend itself to a process improvement. And there may be some other types of tasks that would be useful for that. But the ones that we looked at, what we found was that there were, each one was unique. Some had an outside agency that caused an impediment. Others had staffing shortages and a variety of things. So there is no one reason why.
No, I totally understand. It could be other agencies, or you're waiting for VTA or whatever, right? I understand all those things. But how does the council, let's say we are waiting for VTA or Caltrain for 3 years or 5 years, God forbid. Should we even continue that project, or is that, when do we come back? That's the problem we have now, right? There are some projects, even within the city's control, right? Those are lingering for various reasons, and then we don't know the actual reasons, because if you look at the dashboard, all it will say is still working on it, or pending, or in transit, or something like that.
Yeah, we're hoping to be a little bit more prescriptive about what delaying a particular project. I think some of them also fell victim to this, like they were proposed in 2019. They got deferred and then they started, right? So it appears like they've been around for a long time, but we didn't actually start work.
Right.
But there are lots of varied reasons why projects can get delayed. And our goal is to include that in the dashboard, like to say exactly why. So for example, if we did a procurement and we got no proposals, right? So we lost 3 months on 3 to 6 months on a project just because we didn't get anywhere. We would identify that in the dashboard pretty clearly.
Okay, very good. Yeah, that makes sense. And then you also propose that we will have a set of contractors or vendors, or that way it reduces the time for at least studying or analyzing the project itself. Right now, 2 RFPs are required. We have talked about this. One for analyzing or studying the project, and then the implementation, right?
Yeah.
Each one, if it takes about 2 years or something like that, there is that 4-year thing we are talking about.
Yeah. That varies widely on the project, but yes, we're going to try to use pre-qualification of vendors as much as we can to improve, especially for things that we know we have all the time. We already do that on a lot of work, so we're just going to make more robust use of that technique.
So just to understand that above and below line discussion, I also don't like that, but whatever. But so in February workshop, that's the time council as a body will decide, okay, these are the projects we'll go through, or how does that work?
I'm sorry, the February.
The February workshop.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So the idea would be that the 21, let's say it's 21 priority project proposals would be discussed. And then the council as a body would decide out of those 21, I'll say 15 look feasible that potentially could be funded, or that they could be realistic. Not that the city would have the funds to fund, to do all 15. But I'll just make that number. The staff then would provide the analysis for that 15. So not necessarily all 21, because there may be some that drop off because the majority of the council doesn't agree for whatever reason.
Right.
And so, but that February workshop would be a pivotal point for that first level decision to be made. Then the staff analysis would be done, and then the city manager would have that information for being able to recommend out of, say, the 15, maybe 6 are feasible to be funded because you have sufficient funds.
Okay.
And then the council, of
Fund
course,
in this case is the departmental resources. We don't want all the 50 going to public works or other department, right?
Yeah, so part of the February workshop will be a capacity discussion.
Correct.
You know, and I'll give an analysis of what I think we have for capacity, and it may vary year to year, right? If we got a slew, a really relevant example. Let's say we got a slew of new housing laws that CDD was required to implement now. That might take capacity to do other work. You know, that could happen in any particular department.
Okay.
So we'll get into, and I've been thinking a lot about how to do that capacity analysis
Exactly.
and really be transparent about that.
Right.
Yeah.
And then since we will not have deferred projects, which is a good idea, I think. We have been deferring for so many years, some of the projects, right? And then it doesn't make any sense. We need to be clear on the capacity so that we can complete these projects. And then the last question I have is the boards and commissions input. Right now, boards and commission can provide input in 2 places. One is during the project input, that is one way. The second is the current way of doing things. That is, after the project is studied, there is a study session which goes to appropriate commissions, right? BPAC or sustainability or whatever, right? Those 2 are the ways we are utilizing boards and commissions, right? Is that correct, my understanding? Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm not. So the next, I would have preferred during the analysis phase, once the project is funded, is there a way to, some of our commissioners have deep knowledge than our consultants. Is there a way to capture or get their input also, formally or informal way, or whatever the mechanism, so that as a sustainability commissioner, when I was first joined Sustainability Commission, there were 3 PhDs in environmental sciences on Sustainability Commission. We can't find that kind of qualification of any consultant, right? So that's what I don't want city to waste that kind of a resource, right? So think about it. We don't have to answer it now, but overall, I am really pleased, especially the input. As an entrepreneur, I know that wasted effort is at the top of the funnel. As it gets narrow, we can save all the resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Chang.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jan, Rep. Tellis, Michelle, Assistant City Manager Johnson Rios. I know a lot of work has gone into this, and the process can be difficult and confusing. I have a question about the strategic work plan dashboard. I know it just went live, but if there can be more information when a project is completed. So right now, the study issues right now, it just says complete, but it doesn't have any other information. It just links the original study paper. And I think if we're moving to this process, once something is completed, if there's more information that can be provided on what actions are taken, so that there's kind of follow-up for residents to know, what exactly happened.
I'll let.
Thank you, Councilmember Chang. Yes, thank you for that input. We will figure out a way to provide some basic information on completed projects.
Yeah, I think it's really great how it's set up right now for if it's delayed or updates on information, just when it's complete, it just kind of says complete.
Yes.
On the second part, it was very confusing to start and then immediately go into the study issue hearing. But I wonder if there's any flexibility. I know that it's proposes 3 per year, but if we're on 2-year cycles, if it's possible for 6 for 2 years, if we're on strategic priorities, is it easier for staff to know that it's going to be maximum 3?
That's an interesting question. I'm thinking
Mostly because
Yeah, did you have
this year
thoughts
I
on
might
it?
not have as many thoughts, but the next year I might have more.
Am I understanding correctly? So you're saying instead of 3 per year, each council member will get 6 every 2 years? So it's the same number, but it's just, you could bunch them into the second year if you wanted, something like that?
Maybe just for new council members, I don't need to open it up to everyone.
I have to think about that one a little bit. I don't see any big downside except for maybe workload would become very uneven for staff and running it up. And then I'd have to think through the prioritization then, how that would work. I think I'd prefer to keep it to 3 a year. I think that keeps it simpler and more understandable. I think tracking might also be difficult. I don't know, Jan, if you had any other thoughts?
I think it's still a capacity issue, and out of the, say, potential 21, we already know that the city's not going to be able to implement 21. And so if you were to do it, say, every other year and do 6, I think that it would be, I do think that it would really create a lot of work for the staff. I think it would, yeah.
Okay, that
And
makes
then it'd just be so many more to consider, to go through. I think it's more manageable to do it every year with a smaller number.
I guess then if it's not so much a colleague's memo, but if, say, I wanted to loan one or something to a different council member, what is the kind of hard line on that?
Let me jump in. So I think what you're basically saying is it's a horse trade sort of thing of, and it's all within the Brown Act. You can only talk to 2 other people that you don't think are going to meet their 3 max and say, can you add my 4th one to your list? I think that's the way that'd have to be handled to try to stay within the Brown Act. And, it's a question of, will council come with 21 issues every year? That's an unknown, that there might be council members that don't have burning issues. And so, I'll leave it to the city manager or city attorney to talk more about.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, the question was, could you transfer one of your ideas to another council member?
Or let's just say one council member wants to do more of the commission ones, and I guess how much flexibility is there on
The staff recommendation is up to 3 per council member, and that they wouldn't be shared amongst the group, or it's not a total of 21 for the whole body. I'll just come out and say, you don't have to come up with 21 ideas.
Okay.
Thank you, and sorry for getting too creative.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Vice Mayor Sell.
Hi, thank you for this input. So I'm just trying to understand the logistics of this. So if we go to the slide that's titled Summary of Proposed Revised Process. So we get to November, January, and it says, gather ideas on next year's priority project. So when you say gather ideas, that means submit the idea to staff. Council members submit maximum 3 ideas during that time to staff. And then the other council members don't get to see the 3 ideas that one council member submits until February. Is that like the way you see it? And then so like when we do Monday morning questions, we don't put people's names next to the question because that would be a violation of Brown Act. So with these 3 that you're submitting and then it's posted, will people's council members' names be associated with their 3? Or how would that be compliant with the Brown Act?
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that the reason council members' names are not included on the council member questions, I don't think that's a Brown Act rule. It's really just to focus on that there was a question and this is an answer, and not necessarily lead to council members feeling like they didn't get a chance, they didn't ask questions and other council members did, or wow, why did that one council member ask so many questions? So I don't think that there would be necessarily a need under the Brown Act to kind of redact the name of the council members that submitted these topics.
Okay, but that would be like more than a majority of council members communicating, but you're communicating with the whole council, not just a subset.
Right, and you're receiving it at the same time the public receives it with the agenda packet.
Okay.
Just like with colleague memos and.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then how much time would be given? Like 2 weeks or, 1 week, that's all posted and then we gotta like think about it? Or is that like up for, because there's gonna be 21 papers and you're gonna think about them. And then sometimes these study issues, like they galvanize people, the community, that the whole bunch of like environmentalists like this set of them and they want to talk to you and stuff like that. And the community wants to look at that list and, figure that out. Sometimes like that's why I think currently we have that one meeting where the public, several hours, the public makes comments on the study issues. And then on the day we're ranking it, they've already made their comments. So they do an hour of comments. And where does that all go? Like the public making hours of comment on how they feel about these study issues. Where does that public comment go? The hours of public comment.
Okay. You're raising some really great questions. I think that what will need to occur is developing the agenda for the day. When will materials go out in advance? What materials will go out in advance? Of course, the materials will need to go out in advance. And organizing a day that is productive for the city council. Public input, of course, is part of that as well. But all of those questions that you're raising would need to be determined as part of developing the process and the agenda for that day. They're all important ones that would have to be determined.
Okay. So right now we get the materials on like Thursday and then Tuesday is the meeting. So I think maybe the public would want like more than less than a week to, look at all those things. And, then usually sometimes they want to meet with the council members to try to lobby for this or that. So just considering that in the process. Okay. My one question is sort of like a case study. So this past year, community members came to us and said, we'd love it if there were like pickleball courts in Sunnyvale that would just drop in. And then we previously did the outdoor study. So then the community members for the council member talked to the city manager and the city manager figured out that, okay, there is support for it and through the other studies, the outdoor studies. So let's just put it in the budget. So in this framework, would that be the similar process? That would be a just do it? Or would that have had to be like a study issue for the pickleball? And then that would have been a council member's, one of their three. Where would that fall this time around?
That particular example would have followed the same process. So I think, I've heard clearly from council that there's a desire to, where we can, move to a just do it approach. I think in that case, we saw clear community demand for additional pickleball facilities. We had an outdoor sports assessment that said, hey, you could stripe them here or there. And so I worked with Public Works and the Library and Recreation Services Department, and we just said, hey, let's put a little bit of money in the budget. Let's get this done sooner rather than later. So I think that would have followed a very similar process. And I was just going back to your prior comment about, the packet and things like that. We'll always strive. We'll identify all these details later, so I don't want to commit to anything right now. But we'll always strive to give council adequate time to review what's coming forward, and the public. Whatever we give to council, we give to the public at the same time. So there will be. I would imagine we're not going to drop a whole packet for the February workshop final packet on council and the public the Thursday before. We're probably going to be able to share some of that information a little bit more in advance so that council has time to digest everybody's submittals all at once without having to scramble to do that before the actual full day.
Okay, because it seems like that's done with like the budget. We get the budget many weeks in advance, so maybe, halfway between that timeline.
Yes, and it won't be several thousand pages like the budget, though. I think it'll be more digestible than that.
Okay, and I agree that staff time is valuable, money is valuable. We have limited resources, so wherever we can, try to use the resources best. So I really like the direction that this study issue went. It's thinking smart, doing more with less, which is what we have to keep doing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have several questions, but first I just want to say thank you for the presentation. Great to see this coming back to us relatively quickly, and like the just do it approach and how we can better maximize staff's efforts and changing our process. Several questions. First, you talked about the small items, and I appreciate the city manager's concept that it comes to him and we work on trying to improve that process. That being said, and kind of dealing with the onboarding, already we don't have 2 council members here. We have future council members that might come in the next few years. That portion of the process, and I understand it's a work in progress, needs to be documented somewhere. It needs to be part of the policy of, from a description standpoint, small projects or kind of the just do it things as brainstorming whatever with the city manager, I think is an important part of what we need to document here, because it is a precursor to, getting the expert, city manager, director's input on, does a certain idea reach to the level of, is it a budget modification request? Is it a new project? Or is it a, council that the city manager just decides to do it? Or is it even okay, we're going to vote at the end of a meeting to agendize this minor tweak to this tweak to a policy at a future meeting? So I'd like to hear your feedback on how we document that part of the process.
So the part where we have sort of the upfront discussion about, is this a just do it? Is this a study issue? Is this all that? We could probably document that, and I can't recall the revised policies that we've submitted for tonight. But we also have a second level of policy, which is our administrative policies, which are the policies that the city manager and staff write to implement council policy or municipal code or whatever we're doing. I think we certainly could document that in the administrative policy and share that with council, so you can see that there's part of the administrative policy manual has that information in it, where we have a discussion about it up front. The alternative would be to include it in the council priority projects policy that we have. Council could certainly give us that direction, I think, in a motion tonight, just saying, please add language to the policy that clarifies the upfront evaluation of whether something is a priority project through a discussion with the city manager. I think there's some similar language in the current study issues policy where it says it'll be submitted to the city manager first for evaluation or something along those lines, I believe. But I think we can do something definitely that gets that documented.
Okay, I appreciate that. Next is, you said that if we submit, so we have January or November through January to submit projects for the upcoming year. They're not, if we submit them in November, they don't become info items, or they do? Sorry, that they're not communicated to the rest of council? Or just trying to get a better idea from that standpoint.
Thank you, Mayor, and feel free to jump in, City Manager. The intent here is really to aggregate all of the administrative work around this in preparation for the February workshop. So the intent would be to not have information items throughout the year. The November to January timeline on that slide, I think, is referring to the November target date for boards and commissions to identify. So when we say collect priority ideas from November to January, the November would be when boards and commissions would identify an idea. If they wanted to do that, staff would go ahead and put that on the website as a reference for council and the community, so that if council members wanted to select one of the board and commission ideas, you could do that. And then the timeline would be that you wouldn't need to submit your ideas to the city manager until January. So we would then be generating a packet in advance of the February workshop. And Michelle just reminded me that we currently distribute the study issues packet 2 weeks in advance of the February workshop. So we would be nailing down the specific timeline, but that's our current practice.
Okay. My big issue here, or question, is because of the Brown Act and the concept of this is a critical issue in this community. Residents keep coming to the lectern and raising this issue to us. And because of that restriction, you have 7 council members all propose that we need to do X. And I understand that definitely deals with overload of staff, but it kind of short circuits the process because we're not communicating amongst ourselves from a Brown Act standpoint. So I'm trying to get a better idea of, from a process, if council is only doing this effort the first 2 weeks of January, how, and not that I'm, I'm trying to get value out of that process prior to us looking at the 21 issues.
I think maybe by our using the number 21, it might be conveying that there would always be 21 separate issues, because it could be that several council members have identified the same issue because it is such a pressing community concern, which then in February would certainly give rise to, there's a strong consensus around that council priority project. So I don't know that that would necessarily be a negative thing, because that would rise to that level of importance, because of the notion that in the end, not 21 or even probably 15 items could be implemented in the budget just because of either money or staff capacity. So I don't know that that would actually be an impediment. And when this is worked in other cities, it's typically not as formal as even we're recommending here, which is to have a form for council members to fill out so that you are able to adequately describe your proposal. It's more typically their ideas, and it's verbal, at a council workshop. And then to see what kind of consensus is created at that council workshop for council priorities to move forward into the budget. So this is actually quite a bit more formal than what many other cities are doing, but it's less formal than what you're doing now. But I don't know that it would end up being a problem if, let's say, out of the 21 submittals, 5 of them are the same, because then that shows you've got good consensus on those 5 things.
Okay. You can see, I'll tell you now, all this is going to lead to is Brown Act groups where you're going to have multiple people working on. To me, on kind of 3 per and so it's fine. I'll lower this issue from a process standpoint. To me, one of the values of the study issue process right now is throughout the year, an issue comes to council, we capture it and we throw it over the wall to evaluate at the end of the year or the beginning of the next year on whether or not this issue is still a high issue. Because we're at this point, it becomes incumbent upon every one of our council members to keep a good list, because we're not, the commissioners have a great chance to add to a potential list, but conceivably our council members can't be reactive for, okay, we'll look at this issue next year. And I don't know from a process standpoint, the best way to capture that, but because you're now narrowing our proposal period to a very short period of time, the best way to make sure that good ideas aren't lost. And I understand that other cities are having this as a more open discussion, but I'm just looking at what our process is now is saying, okay, a resident comes forward and conceivably that meeting or the next meeting, because the council members put together data or put together a proposal to solve or evaluate a solution to the problem brought to us. Stake in the ground, and come January, February, we're going to look at that stake in the ground. Now it's basically keep your running list, council members. If this issue, and hopefully you're remembering it in January of next year, when you're evaluating your 3 spots to put in to propose, and your little Brown Act group will have 3 per person that will horse trade to make sure that something doesn't get dropped. And I understand only a certain number are going to go forward, and reducing that number of 21 is important, but I'm just trying to not lose that value that happens throughout the year. I'll put a question mark after that. Sorry to get on my soapbox, but there's a value here that I think is lost by funneling into a 2-week period.
I hear what you're saying, and I agree that one of the values of the current process is it gets an immediate public resolution to, hey, this is going to go into the hopper, right? And I don't think anything, and I'll think about a tracking mechanism, right, for us. So I don't think necessarily, again, in the theme of we're working together, saying to me, hey, can you keep track of this item? Like, it's okay. We can do that. But I don't think you're limited necessarily to coming up with ideas in that period. That's just when we're trying to collect them all. The other thing I'd say is, and Rebecca will correct me if I'm wrong, is I don't think there's anything that prevents an individual council member from saying, this sounds like something I might propose as a council priority project. If they in the non-agenda items section or whatnot. And just a reminder, there are the criteria for the colleagues memo. So if we do get something acute, like, we always have an option to deal with that. So I just want to make sure council knows that we're not talking about things that need immediate attention right now because of the criteria. Even without the colleagues memo, both I have the ability to agendize things and do, right, when I think they're emergencies or they're critical or crucial. So I think what I'd like to say is, what I'd say is, again, this is we're in process here. We're making some changes, but nothing's in stone. So if we get halfway through this and that part of it isn't working, let's revisit it and tweak it. and see if we can come up with a different solution. But we'll definitely keep that in consideration as we move through this process. I hear what you're saying.
Okay, I appreciate that because that putting the stake in the ground to some degree at least allows the public or us to point to the public to say, we will be evaluating this next year.
Yeah.
Whether or not it will make it across the line as a project, as an actual study issue in our current process is yet to be seen. But without that capability, it's harder, it becomes harder to ameliorate the public's concern that a problem that's in the community will make it onto the plate of those things that we're looking at in February of the next year. And that's my only that's my only concern. I don't know how to deal with that conceivably. And I'll leave it at that from that standpoint.
If I can ask just Jan, if you could comment, the point you raise about and with your experience with other agencies, like I think the point you raise about how do they address this sort of like, do they have side conversations, in other words, that don't violate the Brown Act to try to make sure they each, have you seen that, or how does that, or is that just part of the nature of of council manager forms of government, is you're going to get council members who are going to get together and talk about, hey, I'm going to propose this one and you propose this one. Is that?
Yeah, I would say that typically during a priority setting process or a workshop with the council, people will come with their ideas, and there will be a discussion of those ideas, and then through a process, a consensus, either voting or some other process. But certainly people do talk to each other. I mean, that's just the nature of it. You know, what's important, you know, for meeting the needs of the community. So, and then of course it's always talking to the city manager about what can be done within the just within the city departments. That's always important too.
I appreciate that. Question, and I can't remember study issues over 9 years on council. I think there have been study issues that have come directly from departments that weren't from council or commissions. How are those captured, if so?
Yeah, the current process does allow for the city manager to sponsor or to propose a study issue, I believe, if I recall correctly, Michelle.
Okay.
Yep.
I understand.
It is rare. It is rare. And the reason it's rare is because the city manager or departments usually come forward with those items as part of the recommended budget. So if it was something, or bring it to council as an agenda item, in response to something that community demand or whatever. I would think that we would follow that same process. Now, we would bring something in the recommended budget if we felt it was something that should be addressed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And lastly, you talked a little to Councilmember Srinivasan about the dashboard and keeping the data. I didn't see a way of keeping history. So one of the values of the previous top 30 projects was there's a quarterly update that I can say, here was the update 3 months ago, 6 months ago, 9 months ago. And right now, I don't see that capability. I see in progress, and this is not for this meeting to talk about that, but that history and that movement, I don't want a spot in time description of why we're late or on track. If last 3 months ago, we slipped 6 months and now it's gone. And losing that continuity from projects so that we can actually track this is important for council, it's important for residents, it's important for staff. Don't know how it's captured from the one cell version that I see here. Is it a history? I don't know, but I know it was something that was valuable in the current top 30 that I don't see in the current dashboard. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll take that. So we built the dashboard with that in mind. So we did pull the history from the NAC tool for study issues and top 30. It's going to take some getting used to, but if you click on the project itself, there's a See Project Details button, and we pulled everything from the NAC and put it into this Power BI dashboard. So it is tracking the history, and for every update, it's a cumulative update. So it will populate that project ID. So when you see the progress details, that is meant to be a snapshot, but there is if there was history and it will build history, it will be in the project details.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions. Next up is Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have a few follow-up items. One, I'm of a mind to have as a policy that the list of the up to 21 is published, that the staff report for that is published 2 weeks in advance, just to ensure that it's memorialized, that I think 2 weeks for public input is sufficient. And that's 2 weeks for council to review as well. Riffing off of the mayor's idea on the dashboard, and I think one of my other colleagues said something about this as well. I think it would be really good to have a section of the dashboard of done projects. That basically serves as a list of achievements that the city can point to. I think that's, having that memorialized. Hey, we got this over the finish line, yay. I think that's a really great thing. Last thing, I wanted to riff off of the mayor's idea of putting a stake in the ground. We already have a way to do that, right? It's proposing a study issue. The problem with proposing a study issue is that then triggers a 2 to 5 page staff report that taken together ends up costing, what was the number, 2,500 staff hours per year on all of them?
Yeah, about that.
I could imagine us keeping the idea of, hey, in non-agenda items, you can put an idea forward. If it gets a co-sponsor, it can go onto a list, and then that list can be considered for when you're picking which 3 to champion. And I'll note that we already have the concept of a running idea list for this from the board and commissions, which might put an idea on that list. From, we're talking about putting the past deferred study issues on the list, priorities that didn't make it the last year. I think it was mentioned that they might go on the list even for only a year. So I would just signal to my colleagues that if we want this mechanism of, put a stake in the ground mid-year for, hey, I might think about this, we could have the idea of we could have the concept of a running ideas list that is maintained on the website. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Something worth considering. I'd love to hear the public's thoughts on that, but it's something that might be worth considering when we get to a motion after public comment. And with that, I think that does it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Vice Mayor Sal.
I have a question. So say a council member in November, they have their 3 items and they've done the write-up and they submit it to staff. Like at that point, couldn't those just be posted online with a hyperlink to them? And that doesn't involve staff doing a write-up, but it just posts them. So then the benefit of that is that then like another council member who doesn't have their 3 done yet would look at those and say, okay, like 2 council members are already doing 6 ideas on public works. Okay, I'm not going to submit another, one to compete against those. I'm going to focus on the other priority areas like housing or something like that. So is posting them, is that like feasible? Just posting, no analysis, just post the council member write-up of their 3 as they get them.
So I would have a concern that if they're being posted on the website and then other council members are reading them, that could be a type of serial meeting. But there might be a way to maybe add them as a info-only item at a council meeting, on a council meeting agenda. And that way they'd be they'd be presented at a council meeting, so it wouldn't be a Brown Act issue. That's one thought I have.
Okay, because then they're presenting to the whole council at the same time at a council meeting. These are my three.
Yeah, they could be, presented as they came in. Like, I don't think they'd all have to be presented at the same time.
Okay. But just that they're presented to the whole council
And
at the same time and memorialized in the council information on agenda.
Right, and it's available to the public, so there's no communication happening without the public being involved.
And then the member of the public could just look at the minutes and see them, or
Right, they'd be an info-only item, on the agenda.
okay. And there might be a hyperlink to the council member write-up. maybe?
Right.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I kind of went through that process. I'll just raise it for staff and just let them think about it. What happens if that council member is not reelected on an election year? So just to keep that in mind, that all of a sudden there's something that from a past council member sitting there. But anyway, next up is Councilmember Mellinger.
I would just like to ask Mr. Mayor if we could have a brief recess before we hear public comment, since it's been almost 2.5 hours.
Yes, I see no other questions from council. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess and come back at 9:25. Thank you. Let's go ahead and reconvene. I did have one question before we go to the public. It was part of the Monday morning questions, but I was just trying to get a better idea. At the study session on this, we talked a little bit about infrastructure projects. And other cities do kind of a gatekeeping for infrastructure projects that'll be focused over the next year or two. Currently, we don't have this process, and I was wanting to get your expertise on what other cities are doing. You know, from a budget standpoint, we kind of just look at here's the 20-year plan of when we deal with a specific infrastructure project. That being said, council rarely gets into adjusting that, other than the fact, unless one of the budget items is to expedite one thing, and usually the city manager will come back with well, you can, but you should push this out or that. And just trying to get a better idea of, let's say, the gatekeeping for infrastructure.
Well, typically, in other cities, capital projects are proposed as part of a discussion of a capital budget. And Sunnyvale has such a robust history of your 20-year infrastructure program that I wouldn't touch that. I mean, it's really very good. But that is a typical process that cities have. Maybe a 10-year plan. I think your 20-year is excellent, but at least a 10-year infrastructure plan. And to the extent that new projects are to be suggested, that's the time that they would be discussed during a capital project discussion. So when you're updating your 20-year plan, that would be the time to have a discussion about something that would be added or maybe shifted in terms of timing, something to move up in terms of when it would be implemented, or maybe there's new funding that's been provided. So that's typically the time. It's really, in other cities, it's typically not outside of that capital projects budget.
And I'd say also that, of course, council always has the option, as Jan was saying, to reprioritize during the budget workshop. That we have very few examples of that occurring. I think a lot of that is just because, just like every other municipality, a lot of the infrastructure we're dealing with is it's obvious which one needs to go first, right? Because it's tired, it's old. We are already prioritizing as staff based on condition, age, all those types of things. But just like the rest of this process, if at any time any council member feels like, hey, this particular infrastructure project I think is important, it'd be absolutely appropriate to have that discussion with me. It'd also be an opportunity in the February workshop. You could provide that feedback there, that input to the budget process. There's not just as a council priority project, but just say, I think this thing needs renovating and it's really important. Can you look at that as part of the budget process? So the other thing to keep in mind is funding source for projects. Not all projects are funded by the same source. So I can't prioritize a parks project in front of a general fund project necessarily because they're not the same funding source, right? So there's that nuance as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. That was the last of council questions. I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have one speaker card. Martin P.
Council, Martin Pine, Planning Commissioner, speaking solely on my own behalf tonight. So 3 things. First, the first 2 are about the transition. First of all, I continue to have concerns about exactly how it's going to work for this year, because the way the process is outlined, this is attachment 5, pages 11, 12. It's basically a 2-step where first the Border Commission is asked if they want to agendize a discussion, and then the discussion happens no later than November. My concern is that there isn't really enough time to ask boards or commissions, especially ones that have already had their October meeting, to do this. It could be done like informally, but it wouldn't be the body making a decision. At most, it could be like a straw poll read by staff. I'm concerned with that. I'm concerned with that as a procedural thing. So I just wanted to flag that. Second, there are a few study issues and budget proposals that have already been sponsored by council for the upcoming year. They're actually in your agenda packet tonight, RTC 25-0941. I would like to see those. I think all of those items are actually really important items. I would like to see them show up on the reference list that's discussed in the transition plan. Not saying somebody, now I think those are important. I think one of you should sponsor them for next year, but at least some of them for next year. But that shouldn't be automatic, but they should show up on that reference list, I would say. The third one, and this is probably a not for tonight item, but I really think we need to look at board or commission rules in the budget process. Right now we'll have time. That feedback is given after the budget workshop, which I think is not ideal. Also, I think at the very least needs a technical fix because, and this is at the bottom of page 12 of attachment 5, it's one of the things is that says board or commissioners need to have to advise council regarding the identification of budget proposals. And I'm not sure that language actually makes sense with this revised process. So at the very least, that should be changed. But I also think the role of boards or commissions in providing a budget recommendation should be tweaked to be more effective. Again, that's not something to get into too much in the weeds tonight, but I think it's something that should be examined going forward. Thank you.
One moment. You have a question from Councilmember Mellinger.
This is actually a question for staff. Could you speak to the question of the timing for this upcoming, November, board and commission feedback on the new process?
Yes, Councilmember. I think this year we would just need to have some flexibility. And so we may need to work with boards and commissions to let them provide an idea in December, which would still provide time for council to submit ideas in January, for example. It's also possible that they may all not want to do this and they don't all do this in each year. So if we have any additional information that you want to add, Michelle, feel free to jump in, but I think it would just require some flexibility this year.
Thank you. And regarding the well-taken comments regarding board and commission involvement in the budget, I think that would be a great topic to bring up at the upcoming joint meeting between council chairs and vice chairs. Thank you.
Thank you. That was my last speaker card in the room. City Clerk, are there any remote speakers wishing to speak on this item?
No, Mayor.
I will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council. For any questions or a motion, Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I am moving towards a motion, but I'm not quite there yet. And I did want to get in the, since Planning Commissioner Pine had mentioned the idea of straw polls, I'd like to suggest perhaps see if I could get a show of hands or a straw poll from my colleagues as to whether we want to maintain a running idea list during the year, which could just be as simple as I'd like to suggest an idea, go on the list in non-agenda items, and if it gets a co-sponsor, it goes on the list. Maybe no more than a paragraph from a council member doing that. Could I get a show of hands from colleagues who might be interested in that? Okay, could I get staff's thoughts? I want to be clear that an idea list,
Sorry, but let me just interject really quickly because the camera was zoomed in on you, Councilmember, that all the other council members raised their hand with that straw poll.
That is thank you for entering that into the public record, Mr. City Clerk. Staff, assuming, I want to be clear that the only work here would be keeping the list on, there would be no staff report prepared, nothing until something got picked off of that list as a council member's item for that February workshop. Do you have any thoughts on that idea?
I think it would be my preference that a quorum of council add things to the list, but that would be just my suggestion. I'm gonna put my neck out there a little bit.
Okay, okay, I appreciate that. I am, I think, ready for a motion, which is, and I want to ask if my colleagues have, actually, I'm just going to make the motion and I'm very amenable to amendments on this. I'm not sure this is going to capture everything, but I'm going to move the staff recommendation on this item with the additional proviso that council members have the option to add potential ideas to a list throughout the year with a quorum of support during non-agenda comments.
So you can't take an action on a non-agenda item. I guess it could be kind of an action to agendize it, but what would be the agenda that it's going on?
I mean, I'm basically mimicking the existing study issue proposal process, except saying you have to have 4 instead of 2.
Oh, I see, to get co-sponsors.
Yeah, you co-sponsor, you get.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not an action, you're not taking a vote, but it's
correct.
Co-sponsoring. Okay.
And I don't think I've gotten a second yet.
1 second. So is that clear to staff? And I want to double check with, city attorney, city manager on.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is that the staff recommendation plus a running list that can be added to with a council member suggesting an idea with 3 co-sponsors.
And I'll add, or the city manager can put something on that list too.
Or the city manager can put something on that list too.
I want to wait for the discussion to finish.
Apologies. Anything to add?
I was just confirming that it would need to come back as an info item at every meeting thereafter, or at least at one meeting thereafter, rather than being on a website.
Well, I think I misunderstood you. So I think it's okay once it's been co-sponsored and it's on the list could be on the website. But what I didn't want was for council members to individually submit ideas that then go on the website. Because then other council members are reading those and it's not happening in a public hearing. But if you're just recording what happened in the public hearing, I think that's okay.
And I think we can find a vehicle, either the website or a piece of I think right now we do like a running, we had like at the end of the TCMAC, for example, we have TBD, right? We can do something like that keeps a running list.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. Vice Mayor Sal.
I like to second that.
Thank you. Councilmember Mellinger, to your motion.
Thank you. I did just remember I had one last question before I get to my motion, which is that Commissioner Pine did raise the issue of the budget proposal language in the existing policy. Do I need to include something in the motion about that?
Was that in the existing boards and commissions policy?
I think in the proposed language.
It's existing bottom of page 12, attachment 5.
Existing bottom of page 12, attachment 5.
One minute, please.
Yes, to advise council regarding the identification of budget proposals.
Oh. Yes, I think we'd want to remove that language. So if you could add that to the motion to remove that language, that would be
May
good.
I ask leave from my second to strike that line to advise council regarding the identification of budget proposals?
I agree with it. Your suggestion.
Thank you.
Good catch.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Pine, for raising several pertinent issues on this item. To my motion. This is a very big day for Sunnyvale. And this is actually, I suspect, this may end up being the most important thing that we vote on this council term. This is a major change to the city's procedure to how all change happens in the city. And I think that this is a tremendously positive change. When I proposed the study issue on study issues a year and a half ago, I was hoping for something like this. I was hoping that we would get this kind of streamlining. I was hoping that we would be able to identify bottlenecks in the process, figure out how to move faster, figure out what peer cities are doing. Those goals have been met and exceeded. The work that Ms. Perkins has done with Raftelis and her team, the work that staff has done is excellent. It's absolutely excellent. And I am blown away. And the identification of 2,500 hours of staff work per year is incredible. There's a number of other excellent things in this report. The emphasis on pre-selecting vendors for contractors is just really, that's something that's going to be very valuable, very important moving forward. I think that this is going to help focus on the city on the really top priorities. I think that this is going to accelerate change. And I think that this is going to have a huge impact for many, many years. I respectfully urge my colleagues I vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Vice Mayor Sell.
I agree with those statements of Councilmember Ellinger. And when I read the report, it seemed like, it identified that 80% of the previous study issues and so much time invested in them were never used. And so that's a little demoralizing to the staff that worked on them. The staff time could have been used for other endeavors. So I think that this is a great study issue of study issues, so I support it. And I like the amendment because it sometimes, like, one council member does not have all the greatest ideas. So if there is a shopping list of, potential ideas, then that could spur the one council member to pick their three. So I like that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Next up is Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, staff, and then consultant for doing the study and then analyzing the problems we have, which we have heard and then we have experienced, but then quantifying that on the wastage of resources, which is very precious for us, is very, very good. I will be supporting this motion, but more importantly, what I wanted to highlight are some of the observations which are made in the report, and then such as during the input phase of the proposal, we are spending too much time, and then that is critical. And then, like any system design which I have been involved, it's work in progress. We will not get it right. We will not get it right the first time around, but we have got most of the things identified. And then as we go along, I think the process will be improved. And then together, I think we need to make Sunnyvale a innovative and agile city. That's the goal of this project. We have talked about it when Council Member Mellinger and I discussed these kinds of projects. So that's what our residents want. We need to do projects very, very quickly for the benefit of our residents. So I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Chang.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. And it would help the commissions as well. There are entire commission meetings that are just spent on the process of understanding the study issue process, and then it kind of goes into the ether. So really, I think that'll help some of the commission meetings as well. So just want to thank everyone for their work on this. And I do want to say that I do want to maintain some level of flexibility just in case, say, January and February, there's a council member that's out on medical leave or something. I know it can add to the running list, but just in case something or a situation like that happens. But I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and I'll also be supporting this motion. I want to thank council for this robust discussion tonight. I want to thank the consultants and all the staff time that went into this, and looking at what other best practices are from other cities. Our goal here is continual process improvement, trying to be more nimble, the just do it concept, but it's also I appreciate what Councilmember Mellinger added. Trying to capture issues throughout the year. And I think that that's also what that process has served us, because residents want to at least know that we are working on a specific issue, or at least we'll hopefully be discussing it at length at the beginning of the next year on whether or not it's still a priority given the passage of time. So I appreciate that addition from a motion standpoint. For me, the best thing that this study found was the evaluation of the yearly waste of staff time for our old process, and just removing that from the cycle, I think is a big win for everything that we're doing. Definitely, this is a work in progress, and we'll see as we get through the first year whether or not there are additional tweaks. I encourage the city manager to let's say reevaluate this at the end of our first cycle, just to make sure that we're still and whether or not that has to be brought back as policy changes or whatever a year from now. But I do think it's important to continue to look at process improvement. So I just want to thank the council members that were here, the staff, and of course the residents and commissioners that you were either here online or in person, because this does affect how we redirect the city's resources, how we kick off new efforts. That is the value of this whole program. And I think, from a terminology standpoint, it'll take us a while to get used to that new terms, but I think those improvements are also well-founded and valuable in the long-term process. So happy to support this motion. With that, City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion carries 5-0 with Councilmember Cisneros and Lay absent.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next item is item 25-0452. Approve the design to remove one southbound travel lane and install a Class B buffered bicycle lane on southbound Matilda Avenue between Owani Avenue, Allamore Avenues, and Maud Avenue. Find the exact action exempt from CEQA and direct staff to include the proposal improvement as future unfunded projects. Is there a staff report? Take your time.
Yes, there is a staff report. If you'll give me one moment to get myself set up here. Apologies.
You want me to tell any jokes?
No, that's okay. Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Angela Obeso. I'm the Transportation and Traffic Manager here at the City and Public Works. With me tonight is our Project Manager, Tin Lee. Also online is our Project Manager from the consultant team, Nikita Petrov, and they are here to answer any questions you may have after the presentation. So the presentation, the project you have before you tonight is the results for Matilda Bike Lane Study. Next slide, please. Oh, I have the clicker. So here is the project overview. So what the project proposed to do as a result of a recommendation from our active transportation plan, it looks to fill a gap in our bicycle network that currently exists on Matilda Avenue in the southbound direction only roughly between US 101 south down to Maud. Currently, there are 4 vehicular lanes on this segment and no bike lane, no shoulder. Whereas in the northbound direction, we have 3 vehicular lanes and a buffered bike lane. This slide here shows you the existing conditions on the left side of southbound. So you can see the 4 vehicular lanes and you can see that there is no shoulder there. What we are looking to emulate is the other photo on the right-hand side, which is the northbound lanes, which shows 3 vehicular lanes and a buffered bike lane. So we're looking to make the 2 sides match. Just a real quick project timeline. We started the project last spring and we did a round of public outreach. We heard some feedback, generally positive, but we didn't get as much feedback as we were hoping for. And so what we did was we actually added an additional round of community outreach, and we did some more robust and different types of outreach. For example, we did some pop-up events in downtown, also at the Plaza del Sol, to try to get some of the bicycle commuter, and downtown community feedback. We also did CMS signs, sorry, the electronic message boards. We put them out on Matilda to try to capture the vehicular commute traffic. Those are the groups that we hadn't heard from. And so we did that second round of outreach specifically to make sure that we reached all the potentially impacted groups. So that brings us to now. We refined our alternatives based on that feedback, which was generally very positive and supportive of the project. And in August, we went to BPAC, and I'll be sharing their recommendations to you in a few slides. And we're here tonight to get your action on direction to move forward with the project. Again, here's a summary. I won't read through all the activities, but I just wanted to highlight some of the interesting and innovative outreach that we did, trying to get those other groups. You can see our pop-up photos. We had a postcard made that we were handing out at events. And then also that on the lower right there, you can see one of the electronic message signs out on Matilda to try to capture that commute outreach. So the result of the study, the findings are included in the BPAC report to commission, and also in the RTC for tonight's meeting, and we are happy to answer any questions if there are. But I did want to highlight the cost estimates here. So the build alternative, which we're calling alternative 1, which is to install new class 2 buffered bike lanes and remove 1 vehicular lane. The cost estimate is approximately $800,000. To maintain existing do nothing obviously is zero. We currently we used a CIP that we have set aside in order to advance ATP studies like this, where we have to do a study before we can implement the improvement recommended in the ATP. So that is paying for this study, but currently we do not have budget for design or final construction. So as I mentioned in August, we presented the project to BPAC, and their recommendation, approved 6-0, was to implement our alternative 1, so remove the 1 southbound travel lane and install a buffered bike lane. But they also had the addition of directing staff to consider upgrading the Class 2B buffered bike lane to a Class 4 separated bike lane during the design phase. And we come here tonight with our staff recommendation, and our staff recommendation remains the same as when we went to BPAC. It is to recommend to City Council to approve alternative 1, which removes that 1 southbound vehicular lane, install Class 2 buffered bike lanes, and that meets our recommendations in the ATP. So with that, we are available and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We'll bring it to council for questions. First up is Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Ms. Obeso, and glad to see this moving forward. So regarding the possibility of converting to Class 4 bike lanes, in general, if you've got a Class 2 bike lane, you can always put flex posts in the buffer area. If you've got a class 2B, if you've got a buffered bike lane, it's not necessarily a huge lift to put the flex posts in the buffered area. Is that correct?
That is correct from a space constraint perspective, but the cost and effort to design and install and buy the materials, it depends on your definition of a big lift. I would say it is easy to convert, but it does take some more money, and then we have to maintain those delineators moving forward and sweep the streets with all of that.
Yep, makes sense. I believe I saw something in the staff report saying, hey, maybe what we should do is take a look at, protecting all of the buffered bike lanes on Matilda once it's actually implemented. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, what we were thinking as a staff is that this is one segment of the larger Matilda bike network. And so to have a class 4 just in this one segment, and only on one side, one direction of the street, that it would make more sense to do a more comprehensive project where we look at the entirety of Matilda. And there are a lot of buffers existing out there. So where can we do this? Where does it make the most sense? And do it in a more strategic way along the entire corridor.
Okay. And what might be a vehicle for studying that? Possibly the next round on the ATP, or what are sort of the thoughts on that?
To be honest, we haven't given it that much thought what the vehicle would be. We would need funding. We could propose it as a CIP. It could be I'm not getting the terminology right, not a study issue anymore. It's a council priority. It is not in the ATP as it stands today, so it would not advance as an ATP project.
Right. It would have to be when the ATP is revised, is what I meant.
Yes, yes, it could be added to the
whenever
ATP.
that happens. Okay.
Yeah.
That does it for my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Chang.
Thank you for the presentation, Angela. During the outreach, did we happen to engage the businesses along that area? It looks like there's a Motel 6, an auto repair, Hilton Garden Inn, Apple, and BTA.
Yeah, I would like to ask our project manager, Tim, if you could come up and talk a little bit about the business outreach. So he managed the project for us. So I'm just the face you see here tonight. He's the one that did all the heavy lifting, him and Nikita. So Tim, could you share a little about the business outreach?
Yes. Hey, council member. Hey, yes, so what we did is we sent out the postcard to the addresses along the frontage of the project area, but also we did reach out to I believe it's a business group for Montford. We send email, so that person will share with the employee about the upcoming community meeting. But also we did reach out to Apple also to share that information with them. Also, like Angela Obesa mentioned, that we went to downtown during lunch for pop-up event, and also farmer market at one of the weekend for the pop-up event also.
Great, thank you so much. And when we do receive funding, or it has funding secured, if we could also reach back out to them about potential construction impacts. And it looks like VTA's line 523 could have potential impacts as well. So thank you.
Yeah, we'll do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. And then I particularly impressed with the community outreach, the various ways, including that CMS. That is very impressive. My question is, when was the northbound buffer bike lane installed? At that time, why didn't they do it on the southbound? Any idea?
That is a great question, and I'm going to look to see if our Public Works Director, Chip Taylor, may know, or maybe our city manager may have some recollection, or maybe one of the... I do not know when that bike lane got installed and why it was only done in one direction. Do you have any insights?
And the question was about whether the bike lane in the southbound direction was installed, but the northbound was not installed. Is that the question?
right? Yeah, but whatever, one direction it was.
Yeah, it is a good question. I don't know the history on that. I think that it could have been based on some of the traffic volumes because there was 4 lanes in one direction. That's what we're talking about here now. And so there could have been something with the directional volume of traffic at the time. So maybe they had room on that side. I'm guessing at this point, but I don't know the reason for it.
Okay.
Through the mayor, with the repaving of Matilda this year, I think the northbound buffered bike lanes were actually extended further south. Is that correct? I seem to recall that there was like some change in the bike lanes that came with the repaving and restriping on Matilda this year.
Yeah,
like California to Maud.
Yeah, there was some change, and I forget off the top of my head. I could get back to you on that, but there were some improvements that were done, and we may have been able to squeeze it into a little bit further area there. But I would have to check back and see. But I think it may be we just restriped it.
Councilmember Srinivasan.
Okay, thank you. In the BPAC report, you mentioned about the collision data breakdown. And then it mentions about 3 pedestrian collisions. What's your assessment by doing this? Will that prevent the pedestrian collisions, or it's no difference, or what are your thoughts?
As this is a bike lane project, it's
Yeah.
to enhance the bicycle facility. So I don't know that we could really say there's a potential correlation between bicycle, adding a bike lane and pedestrian safety elements. But I would say that by decreasing a vehicular travel lane and adding the buffer and a bike lane, that you're changing the potential conflict points between pedestrians who are crossing along this segment. And so that is a pedestrian improvement, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. And then you also mentioned about the traffic signal timing. Can you talk to that?
Yes. So as with any change in slight traffic patterns, we would take a look at the timing along the corridor. That's actually something that we do as a normal course of our services, is we look at our corridors, especially high commute corridors such as Matilda. Matilda is actually already coordinated. If you drive through there, you'll notice what we call the green wave. If you catch it just right on Matilda, you get a lot of greens in a row, and that is through a lot of engineering analysis. So we've already got it in our wish list of work items to do in the next couple of years to reevaluate that timing. And this project, if it does get selected as the build alternative, then the timing, maybe not the right word, the schedule of retiming and the implementation of bike lanes would coincide so that we could make sure that the mitigations identified in this study related to timing to adjust the vehicular green times and add some times for the bikes to get through and the pedestrians, all of that. We look at the entire corridor as a whole, so that will include this segment and any mitigations we need to impact that are due to the impact of the bike lanes. Does that answer your question?
That kind of answers my question, but the signal lights are farther apart, right? On
Yes.
Matilda,
Mhm.
right? How does that synchronization work then?
So it's a very complicated analysis and a model that I know that it works. I couldn't tell you how it works, but yes, we do a lot of data collection and we analyze different scenarios, and we also have different timings for the morning commute and the evening commute and the midday if there is a peak. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Vice Mayor Sal.
Thank you for this report. For this 800K, is that funded or unfunded?
That would be unfunded.
Okay, so we still have search for grants or some other way of
Yes.
funding it. Okay, and so this project is in the ATP.
Correct.
Okay, and then in that ATP, is there some reason why some bike lanes were chosen to be type 4 and then some were chosen to be type 2 buffered? Is there like some like some systematic reason why some were chosen to be type 4 and some were.
Yeah, having not been at the city yet when that was adopted, I can't talk to the specifics, but I do know that for this project in particular, one of the reasons that the ATP included the type 2B was to be consistent with the rest of Matilda and this is a gap today. This is a gap in our bicycle network. And so the ATP identified this is the best way to close that gap. And it's more achievable in the near term as well due to timing and logistics and cost.
Okay. So it's easier to fund and get done faster, the type 2B. Yet if we told you, let's change this section to type 4, that would be, you would have to go back and figure out how much it would cost, and then it would be more, it would take longer to implement because it's more complex.
It would take longer to implement. You're right. We would have to go back and evaluate what would that look like, both time and dollars wise. And then we would have to find that funding. My gut feel is it wouldn't be an insignificant amount more. It would probably more than double the cost to do that, to add the class 4 at this time just for this one segment. But again, that's my gut feel. That's not, don't quote me on a number, but yes, we would have to come back with more information.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Sorry, on the collision report, when we implemented on one direction northbound, did that affect the collision accidents for bicyclists? We have 2 reported, right? From 2019 to 2024. Which direction that those bicyclists were? Any idea?
Again, I'm gonna have to see if.
Anyway, it's okay.
Yeah. I don't have the collision data handy right now. We can look into that and get back to you on that. But we do not, as part of this project, we looked at the most recent 5 years. So we didn't go back and look at historical data to when the other side, the northbound side, did not have buffered bike lanes, if that's what you're asking. We don't have a comparison from the directions, but for this segment and this much vehicular traffic, comparison-wise, it's quite low.
Yeah, what I wanted to find out was whether it was on the southbound direction or the northbound direction, but if you have data, that's fine otherwise.
Yeah, I actually, our consultant Nikita has just texted me that one of the bicycle collisions was riding southbound on the sidewalk.
Oh.
And the other one was actually crossing Matilda at Maud. So it was not traveling along Matilda, was crossing.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I wanted to reiterate one of the questions that I had from Monday morning questions. The project that's north of Delray, when that project was being proposed, I talked to the city manager at that time to say, have we looked at additional dedication or land dedication at that corner? From the design that I see here, it's basically, I don't see anything really being done from a right-hand turn lane of crossing the bike lane at that location. There is no, and much like if you go back to Maud and Matilda, the current Apple campus there, I think at least just looking at the frontage, there was a request for land dedication and to try to make, to give like a slipstream for the bikes going forward and a queuing area for cars turning right. We didn't do that for I'll call it the Delray project. What is going to be the layout on the street for those cars turning right at Delray?
So in the,
I was looking at the attachment.
yeah, I was just pulling that up.
Yeah, I just pulled it up too. I don't think there was a dedicated right turn lane for that. It's a lower volume, and so it would just be a dashed, so that, just be a typical intersection where there'd be a dashed line in the bike lane for the cars to merge with the bicyclists as they turn right there. So it'd be just a standard approach.
So from and I downloaded it, but didn't go through all the traffic data. Is there queuing there? Is there, the amount of traffic going in Del Rey at that point?
I don't believe that there is. Because it's kind of there's not really a pose there. You can just kind of make the right pretty easily, and it's kind of free. That I don't think that there's any sort of significant issues at that intersection as far as queuing. So we haven't seen that before. Of course, if there was something that occurred over time, we would then work to do something related to that. But I don't think there's any sort of queue now. It's a little bit different than when you get to Mod, right? Mod, of course, you have large intersection. The cars can't turn at certain times. Whereas at Del Rey, it's more of a little bit more of a free right, just because there's not a lot of opposing traffic.
Understood. I just look at once this unused site sitting right there at Matilda is activated, and I know that there's a certain amount of traffic that goes down Del Rey for to other locations, but once this unused, currently uninhabited site is activated, we will be seeing it's farther. There we go. A lot more traffic at that location. So from a process standpoint, assuming that council approves this change, how will that be monitored going forward?
Well, as a matter of just normal city business, we do counts throughout the city. So we watch for those things. We also get a number, I laugh because it's a very high number, of resident requests, CRMs, phone calls, emails, and such. And so we have a very good community that lets us know when there are tight points like this, and we add it to our evaluation list. We go out there and we evaluate what we can do. If it becomes an issue, then it would become something that we would look to receive some right of way from that. But at this point in time, the volumes there that are making the right turn movements, because that is a T intersection, it's uncontrolled. There's not a lot of traffic there. Most of the traffic is using the adjacent signalized intersections to get to and from. So at the time, we didn't feel like the right of way was needed. And at the time, we also could not condition them to build the bike lane because we hadn't completed this study yet. So now that we have the study completed, if that comes to be an option in the future with a development project, we can condition them to add more right of way.
Yeah, and I'll add a little bit to that too, as far as, with that being like kind of a free right in general, because you don't have much opposing traffic at all. And the design of it is between Matilda and Vaqueros. You actually have the parking garage entrances back over there. So you have a long distance before you even get there. So there's less of that queue that would actually even back up to Matilda at all.
I'm more worried about once you have people at that site, you're going to have a lot more pedestrian traffic, which adding that crosswalk into the mix dramatically increases the number of times bikes and cars cannot turn right, or cars turning right then affect the bike lane. It's a much, it's why there's the passing right turn lane, I'll say, at Maud and Matilda going south, because of those sorts of issues of people crossing. And once you have a large density of employees at that location, you'll have a lot more of that interaction. That's the only issue that I had. Good to hear that, so the answer to Councilmember Srinivasan's question about the timing of those lights, if residents have an issue with any of the timing along Matilda currently, what is their process to report those issues?
The current process is you can go on to Access Sunnyvale and submit a CRM, we call them, a request through our online portal. You can also call us. You can also send us an email. Anyone in Public Works, I think it's DPW, AP, I forget our email address, but anyone in Public Works, you can look up my name, email me, email Tim, call us, stop in right now. You know, we're happy to receive comments and feedback any way that is comfortable for the folks that want to send it in our way.
Much appreciated. Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Srinivasan. Oh. And that was the last of council questions. I will go ahead and open up the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards in the room. City clerk, do you have any remote participants wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, Mayor. First up is Daniel Kay. Daniel, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the city council.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so first of all, I'd just like to start off with saying, definitely support this project. It's pretty much a no-brainer. I think that's also part of the reason you probably didn't get much feedback from all the outreach is it's not controversial, or at least I didn't feel like it was from attending the community meetings. I am a little disappointed, however, that this project wasn't implemented with the recent repaving project. I would love to know, or I'd love for the council members to ask how much money would have been saved if it had been done at the same time, because if they have to restripe the road anyways, how much more would it cost to add a little bit of green paint and a couple of extra lines for the buffer? On top of that, one of the council members mentioned about the northbound side being restriped, and they did add a bike lane towards the south end of the project area, just north of Maud. There was a bike lane gap, a pretty short one, but they were able to repave it into an small unbuffered section, which is fine because it does at least close that gap, and that was a very stressful gap before. And just a thought that came up for me during the community meetings, I think this was discussed, is actually, and this is, I think it's mentioned in the traffic section of the study, it could actually kind of improve safety and traffic flow for drivers, because you're eliminating that merge from 4 lanes back to 3 lanes just south of Maud. So this could really just be a win-win for everyone. I mean, obviously we know it's going to be fine because the northbound side has 3 lanes and, you know, everything's fine. So in case it wasn't clear enough that this is not controversial and just a no-brainer idea, I think that goes to show. So yeah, definitely please support this project. I try not to ride on Matilda right now, and I know I definitely will as a North Sunnyvale resident. I will definitely ride on it more if you close this bike lane gap and the ones south of the Caltrain tracks near downtown as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, that was the final remote public speaker for this agenda item.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council for questions or a motion. Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I am ready to move staff recommendation.
Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Second.
To your motion.
I am very glad to see this happening. I did want to just call out the closure of that gap in the just north of Maud in the bike lanes. I was very happy to see that closed because that was a very frightening little merge there. But this is a great project. It's a major step towards making turning Matilda into something approaching a complete street with excellent bicycle and pedestrian facilities. I do think that, I think that, looking at class 4 bike lanes down the way as part of a cohesive re-envisioning of Matilda makes a lot of sense. But just doing class 4 on this one little segment here, especially the given cost, that does not seem to make a whole lot of sense to me at this moment. I think this is a clear improvement. I respectfully urge my colleagues I vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Srinivasan.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Mellinger, for making this motion. In mathematics, there is a term called orthogonality. That is, you have to be orthogonal on both sides of the road. So this is a classic example of that. So it's a very straightforward thing to do. And then I also think that having just class 4 on one side is not orthogonal. Once again, we are creating more problems there. So yeah, and then let's see, we get funding for this and then make it safe for biking community, and then go forward with extension and then improvements later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll be supporting this motion. Definitely, I feel that, trying to improve the bike transportation, especially north-south, and having Borregas and having the overpass in San Miguel neighborhood, and this kind of at least provides a little bit more equalized north-south passage from a city standpoint. So happy to see these changes move forward. I encourage staff to keep monitoring Del Rey. I do think that I'm sorry we didn't take an opportunity to have the developer there make it a little bit safer from a turn lane standpoint, but we are where we are now, and I think at least the striping will make things a lot safer along that corridor. So looking forward to this moving forward. Happy to support the motion. With that, City Clerk, please conduct the vote.
The motion carries 5-0 with Councilmember Cisneros and Lay absent.
Thank you. At this time, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break and come back at 10:27. Thank you. Let's go ahead and reconvene. And with that, we will adjourn to the Sunnyvale Industrial Development Authority regular meeting. Good evening. Let's call to order the Sunnyvale Industrial Development Authority meeting of October 21st, 2025 at 10:27 p.m. The city does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Sunnyvale prides itself on the rich diversity of our residents. We are committed to creating a culture of belonging where members of our diverse community feel included, safe, and respected. This meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means that the Development Authority can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments must be limited to the agenda item being considered by the Development Authority. Speaker comments during oral communications must be limited to matters within the Development Authority's jurisdiction, generally referred to as the Development Authority's subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker's comments are not related to an agenda item, the presiding officer will rule that speaker out of order. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of a disagreement with the content of their speech. Location and online meeting details are available on the council agenda. Scan the QR code on the screen or click the language access and translation link on the council agenda to read and listen along in more than 60 different languages. Use the show captions button to view captions on Zoom. Comments on matters not on the agenda must be submitted prior to the time I call the item for oral communications. Comments on agenda items must be submitted prior to the time I close the public hearing on that agenda item. Speakers are requested to keep their comments to the time period set for public comments for that agenda item. Time limits will be strictly enforced. Guidelines are posted on the city's website and on the council meeting agenda. City Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Authority Chair Klein.
Present.
Authority Vice Chair Sell.
Present.
Authority Member Cisneros. Authority Member Mellinger.
Present.
Authority Member Srinivasan.
Present.
Authority Member Chang.
Present.
Authority Member Lay. 5 present with Authority Members Cisneros and Lay absent.
Thank you. And please note that both of those absences are excused. Next is oral communications. This is now the public's opportunity to address the Sunnyvale Industrial Development Authority on topics not listed on tonight's agenda. This section is limited to 15 minutes and may be extended or continued after general business section of the meeting. Individuals may only speak once during oral communications. The Development Authority's meeting is considered a limited public forum, and the Development Authority can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments during oral communications must be limited to matters within the Development Authority's jurisdiction, which is known as the Development Authority's subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker's comments are outside of the subject matter jurisdiction, the presiding officer will rule that speaker out of order. This allows the Development Authority to conduct its business in a reasonably efficient manner and protect the rights of other speakers. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of a disagreement with the content of their speech. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk, raise your digital hand now, or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on the members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards in the room. City clerk, does anyone want to speak remotely under oral communications?
No, Authority Chair.
Thank you. I will go ahead and close oral communications. Our first item, we'll move on to general business. Moving to our next our item 25-0832. Is there a staff report?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Matt Paul, your Finance Director. No staff report other than now that Council has formed the Industrial Development Authority and needs to take action on its business matters. And if you recall, one of the reasons why we brought the creation of the Industrial Authority to you is as part of the joint powers authority with that constitutes the Sunnyvale Financing Authority, with our city attorney working earnestly to finally dissolve the successor agency to the redevelopment agency. We needed a second party to that joint party agreement, of which the Industrial Development Authority is that party. So it needs to take action on that JPA agreement. Appreciate your aye vote.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the authority members? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now, or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards in the room. City clerk, do we have any remote participants wishing to speak on this item?
No, Authority Chair.
I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the authority members. Authority member or Authority Vice Chair Sell.
accept staff recommendation for, to approve alternative 1 and motion to approve alternative 1 and alternative 2.
Thank you. Authority Member Mellinger,
Second.
to your motion.
Our finance director has proposed this as a mechanism so that we could further fund projects. So I support this recommendation.
Thank you. And I support this motion. So thank you to our finance director for, keeping us moving down the road as far as implementing this new organization to a certain degree. Important for the long-term process of the city, especially as we're, winding down the financing authority. So thank you very much. Happy to support this motion. With that, City Clerk, please conduct the vote.
The motion carries 5-0 with Authority Members Cisneros and Lay absent.
Thank you. The Sunnyvale Industrial Development Authority meeting is adjourned at 10:33 p.m. With that, we will adjourn to the joint meeting of, we'll call to order the joint meeting of the City Council and the Sunnyvale Financing Authority of October 21st, 2025 at 10:34 p.m. This joint meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means that council and the financing authority can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments must be limited to the agenda item being considered by the council and the financing authority for a consent calendar or public hearing items. Speaker comments during oral communications must be limited to matters within the joint meeting's authority, generally referred to as council and the financing authority's subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker's comments are not related to the agenda item, the presiding officer will rule that speaker out of order. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of a disagreement with the content of their speech. City Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Authority Chair Mayor Klein.
Present.
Authority Vice Chair Vice Mayor Sal.
Present.
Authority Member Councilmember Cisneros. Authority Member Councilmember Mellinger.
Present.
Authority Member Councilmember Srinivasan.
Present.
Authority Member Councilmember Chang.
Present.
Authority Member Councilmember Lay. 5 present with council for the 30-member council members Cisneros and Lay absent.
Thank you, and please note that those absences are excused. Next is oral communications. This is now the public's opportunity to address the joint meeting on topics not listed on tonight's agenda. This section is limited to 15 minutes, may be extended or continued. After general business, individuals may only speak once during oral communications. This joint meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means that council and the financing authority can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments during oral communications must be limited to matters within the joint meeting's authority, which is known as our subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker comments are outside of the council and financing authority's subject matter jurisdiction, the presiding officer will rule that speaker out of order. This allows the joint meeting to conduct its business in a reasonably efficient manner and protects the rights of other speakers. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of a disagreement with the content of their speech. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by those remote participants. I have no speaker cards in the room. City Clerk, are there any remote participants wishing to speak under oral communications?
No, Authority Chair Mayor.
Okay, I will close oral communications and we will move to our consent calendar. Open up public comment on our consent calendar items. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards in the room. City Clerk, any remote participants wishing to speak on consent?
No, no Authority Chair.
Thank you. I will close the public comment and ask for a vote. Authority Vice Chair Sal.
I'd like to motion to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you. Authority Member Srinivasan.
Second.
Thank you. City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion carries 5-0 with authority members Cisneros and Lay absent.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move to general business. Our next item is item 25-0835, adopt resolutions to authorize issuance of solid waste revenue bonds to finance the smart station improvements and equipment in the amount not to exceed 50 million, including financing and closing costs, approve the financing team and authorize the city manager, executive director, or the finance director treasurer to execute all related documents. Is there a staff report?
There is, Mr. Mayor. Again, Matt Paulin, your finance director, treasurer, and many other hats. It's very confusing. Get this. Okay, the staff report's up. Very good. So excited to be before you tonight presenting the bonds that our environmental services department needs to finance the improvements at the smart station. And
moment.
Up, did I turn it off? Nope. There we go. What we're asking for you to do tonight is to authorize us to issue up to 50 million in bonds to fund improvements at the smart station and for staff to execute all of the required documents in order to do so. So I'm sure all of you are familiar with the city's smart station. It's our city-owned facility on the north side of town that processes garbage and recycled materials, yard trimmings, and construction debris and waste. So Mountain View and Cupertino are also bringing their trash. Mountain View does now, and Cupertino is going to has signed an agreement. They're going to start bringing their trash when this equipment replacement project is complete, about a year from now. The majority of the equipment at the facility has reached the end of its useful life and needs to be replaced. That's why we're before you tonight. I don't know if you recall, but council, you were awarded the main contract with bulk handling services in May of this year to do this project. And now we're here before you to get the necessary financing to complete the project. So the total project costs are about 51.5 million. You can see the chart in front of you where the money is going to go and how it's going to be used. We got an item came before you a few months ago too. That was great news that we got that $6 million state recycling grant to help contribute towards the project. And these bond funds will fund the rest. Mountain View is considering a $4 million cash contribution towards their portion of the debt service. So we're in the process of working with Mountain View staff to make that happen. So an overview of the bonds, I have great news to share with you. We asked for a AA+ rating from Standard & Poor's, and we received that rating last night. So that's pretty much the highest rating utility revenue bond can get. So we're really excited. It's a real tribute towards to the city team with Romana here, the ESD team, the finance team, and our external consultants who are also on the call. I neglected to mention them. It was we took the rating analysts on a tour of the facility, and then sat down with them afterwards and walked them through the mechanics of the deal and the factors behind the credit. And their committee saw fit to issue us the AA+ rating. So we're very excited and proud about that. So asking you for authority to issue up to 50 million in bonds. We don't think we're going to have to do that, but we always build a buffer in just in case, depending on market conditions, so we don't have to come back to you. 20-year lifespan of the project equipment we're going to buy. So the debt service needs to match that lifespan. So it's 20-year bonds with level debt service, pretty straightforward. And how we're securing that debt service are semi-annual payments from the solid waste fund, which is backed up by a pledge of net revenues from the solid waste fund, and a typical coverage ratio of 1.20 that we have to maintain in the fund, meet all of our operating expenses plus that coverage ratio to satisfy investors. So the finance team, many of these names may be familiar to. They've worked with Sunnyvale for quite a long time. We have Jones Hall. Chris Lynch is our bond counsel. He's on Zoom in case you have any questions. Peter Ross is our municipal advisor. He's worked with the city for quite a long time. He's also on Zoom. Steve Full is our underwriter. Eileen Gallagher is on the call just in case there's questions from you. And our trustee is US Bank. So the financial impacts of the bond issuance in front of you, 45.4 million total 44.9 of that going to the project, 420,000 of that going into the financing team to pay them for their hard work on this deal. It's been a pretty complex deal, actually. It hasn't been a straightforward deal, given the dynamics with Mountain View and the MOU and the Industrial Development Authority. It hasn't been a typical straightforward financing, so it's been a lot of work to get to you tonight. The annual debt service, as we modeled it, is about 3.3 million a year. That's contained in the solid waste 20-year financial plan that's in the current year budget. Our anticipated interest rate is around 4%. We always build in a buffer with that. My expectation was probably going to be about 3.8 or somewhere in that neighborhood when we get to market. You can see the total debt service, including the interest, is a little over 67 million. I talked a little bit about the financial plan. It already assumes this debt and assumes rate increases to cover the debt anywhere from 2 to 4% over the life of the 20-year financial plan. So the documents in front of you tonight, there are a number of them. One of the main ones is the preliminary official statement that acts as kind of a prospectus to investors. It says there's a lot of information in there about the operation and the credit and the risks and whatnot associated with the proposed financing. So we need to give that to investors to assure them that we've got a good deal and they're going to get their money back. And there's also a few other documents in there that are typical bond documents with revenue bonds. So the next steps is, assuming your approval tonight, we'll post the preliminary official statement October the 29th. Then the week after, first week in November, we've been talking to the team. We're going to go out to the market and price the bonds. For those of you who may not be aware how this is going to work, is that our underwriter markets our bonds to prospective investors. We enter that market and then we get bids on our bonds. It's kind of an interesting dynamic. The day of the sale, we can watch the bids come in, and hopefully we're somewhat oversubscribed, but not too much oversubscribed, meaning we underprice the bonds. So that's the magic of the underwriter, pricing them appropriately for the market. So we get adequate interest and we get the best possible interest rate. And so then the following week, that will actually close the bonds and get the proceeds into our account. So excited about that process. So our recommendation, and what we're asking of you, is to approve the resolutions issuing the debt and allowing staff to execute all of the relevant agreements. Happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. I'll bring it to council for questions. First up is Council Member, Authority Member Srinivasan.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, congratulations on AA rating. That's impressive.
AA plus.
AA plus. Wow. Yeah. So the next question is, where does the Cupertino's payment come into picture? Is that directly going to the solid waste fund, or?
So once they're going to start bringing our trash to the facility once this project is complete. And then, yes, their payments will go into the solid waste fund as revenue to offset our costs and Mountain View's costs to operate and run the facility and for the capital improvements.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, there was not partnership, but then transaction.
Merchant agreement is what.
And then the interest rate is 4.1. That's the prediction you have, right?
Yes, we usually carry a buffer of, I can't remember if this is 25 or 50 basis points, but we always have a buffer. So my expectation when we get to market, it's going to be lower. Of course, always depending on market conditions.
I totally agree. It's like IPO market. You don't know where it will come out. And then, so this equipment, as I understood, first of all, it will improve our conversion, right? That is the landfill conversion. But are we getting any savings out of this, or what are the question I have is basically, does it go to, once again, solid waste fund, and then we can.
So actually that's a great question and point. Yes, these improvements will actually make the facility more efficient.
Okay.
So I don't recall the exact numbers, but it's actually going to reduce.
It'll be a $2.2 million savings.
2.2 million in savings, because we're going to be able to reduce headcount, because the machinery and the robotics is going to be able to do a lot of the human sorting that's happening today. That's right.
2.2, our annual payment is 3.3, so that's a good savings by itself. So yeah, thanks for the questions.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Chang.
Thank you for the presentation. And yes, great news on the AA plus rating. My question is, so when with the smart station improvements, when is it slated to be completed? Is it for January 2027? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Authority Member Councilmember Chang. Authority Vice Chair, Vice Mayor Sell.
Hi, thank you for bringing this before us. How does the economy, affect this? Whether the economy's slowing down or the stock market is down or the interest rates are high, how do those affect this?
How would it affect the sale in a couple of weeks?
Yeah.
So the public bond market has actually been really robust. There's been a ton of volume entering the market. Local governments still have projects to build and things to fix. So the rates have stayed pretty competitive. There's no anticipated Fed action or anything because, again, it's just the first week of November coming up. So we don't anticipate the rate environment or the economy is going to really substantially kind of move what we're thinking the rates are going to be when we go.
Okay. And then when would you know what the interest that we get on this?
We'll know that first week of November when we sell.
Okay. And then you're expecting it all to sell all at once, or?
So there'll be a number of years of bonds. Yes, we plan on selling all of the bonds the day of the sale. And whatever we don't sell, the underwriter, Stifel, is going to buy the remainder.
Oh,
okay. So, but we anticipate that Sunnyvale is a really good credit. We don't enter the market often. These are tax exempt bonds, so the investors who buy them won't have to pay income taxes on them in the state. So there's a very attractive credit. So we feel pretty confident that we're going to get full subscription and be able to sell all of them on the market.
Okay. Well, sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was all of council questions and the authority members' questions. Let me go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk, raise your digital hand now, or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards in the room. City clerk, are there any remote participants wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, Authority Chair Mayor. First up is Steve. Steve, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the Financing Authority and City Council.
All right, thank you. Good evening. Could you remind myself and the public how Sunnyvale's portion of the debt service is going to be serviced by Sunnyvale? Where will that revenue come from? And secondly, will any of that show up as a bond liability on our property taxes? That's all I want to ask.
Thank you.
Authority Chair Mayor, that was the final remote public speaker for this agenda item.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council for questions. Council member, Authority Member Srinivasan.
So public comment, it's not property tax. It's based on the proceeds we get on the processing the solid waste. Is that correct?
There's a number of revenue sources, but the main one are the fees that residents pay for trash pickup.
Okay, so there is no increase because of this? Or?
There's nothing that's on the property tax bill that's associated with that to my.
Okay, but are we increasing the trash fee or because of this bond?
So like I mentioned earlier, the financial plan does assume annual fee increases. Part of that, the driver for that increase is servicing this debt. Okay. Yes, not the only reason, but one of the reasons. Okay. Yes.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Authority Member, Councilmember Srinivasan. Question? Okay. I'll remind the joint authority members. We need to break this into 2 separate motions.
Yeah.
So first is one by the City Council, and then the second one by the Financing Authority. So Vice Mayor, Councilmember Srinivasan.
Actually, Vice Mayor, right?
Okay, I could do it.
Sure, Vice Mayor Sell.
Okay. motion that the city council adopt alternative 1. Should I read it?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of City of Sunnyvale approving solid waste revenue bonds issued by Sunnyvale Financing Authority in the maximum principal amount of 50 million to finance smart station improvements and equipment, approve an installment sale agreement and other documents, authorize official actions and related matters, and approve the financing team.
Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan,
Second,
to your motion?
This seems
ma'am.
like a good investment that that has been brought to the city council from the public from the comments answering that it seems like we'll get the funds to help to upgrade our smart station through this sale of these bonds.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And other comment? Okay, and I'll be supporting this motion. Definitely, looking at especially our AA+ rating, it's always positive to see that we have a good reputation from a city standpoint, very well-run city, and going out for these bonds for the upgrade will ultimately help us reduce the amount of effort that our employees will be utilizing to maintain certain diversionary product efforts currently. So I think this is a good investment from an upgrade standpoint and a good use of bonds in order to help fund this over the long term. With that, and happy to support this motion. And with that, City Clerk, please conduct the vote.
The motion carries 5-0 with council members Cisneros and Lay absent.
Thank you. And I'll be looking for, okay, thank you. Authority Vice Chair Sell.
Financing, Sunnyvale Financing Authority motion to approve alternative 1.
That's good.
Okay.
Thank you. Authority Member Srinivasan.
second,
Thank you. To your motion, anything?
For the same reasons as before, this is a really beneficial mechanism for us to be able to fund improvements to the smart station from the criteria that was defined for this project. It seems like the market will do well in the market and to finance the smart station.
Thank you. Authority Member Srinivasan.
yeah, same reason. And then I forgot to mention in the previous motion, yeah, this new equipment is required because of the diversion rate increase, which we approved sometime in March or May or something like that. And then this funding is required, obviously. We don't have 50 million lying around. And then more importantly, seems to be we can, the payment is through the whatever the increase in fee and then probably the savings we get out of the new equipment, which also I'm quite sure it's very conservative right now, mainly because Mountain View MOU is not added into that and Cupertino payment is not added. Hopefully with all those things, I think this should be serviceable, debt serviceable. So yeah, it makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion carries 5-0 with authority members Cisneros and Lay absent.
Thank you. With that, the joint City Council meeting and the joint City Council and Sunnyvale Financing Authority meeting is adjourned at 10:57 p.m. Let's go ahead and reconvene to the City Council meeting. Mr. Kirby. Don't leave the room yet. Our last item is item 25-000996, provide direction regarding amending the employment agreement between the city of Sunnyvale and the city manager, Tim Kirby, to increase the city manager's salary and allow additional paid time off cash out. Before we get to that item, city manager, do you have an announcement that you'd like to make? You can make it from wherever you want.
Yes, since this is about my contract, I'll be leaving the room.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Just for the record. Thank you. Now, is there a staff report?
There is. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tina Murphy, Director of Human Resources. Happy to be here. The item before you tonight is to consider the City Council's salary subcommittee for city managers' salary and compensation recommendation for the employment agreement modifications for the city manager. The subcommittee consisted of Mayor Klein, Vice Mayor Sell, and Councilmember Mellinger. City Manager Tim Kirby was hired September 1, 2024 at an annual salary of $398,000. His employment agreement does provide for a 3% salary increase beginning of the pay period that includes September 1st. He received a 3% increase on October 31st, 2025, bringing his annual salary to $409,940. The salary subcommittee met on June 24th and again on September 18th to discuss compensation. And the recommendation is to increase the annual salary for the city manager by an additional 1% to bring his annual salary to $414,040 and permit him to cash out an additional 100 hours of his existing paid time off for PTO bank on a one-time basis. This item does not have any staff recommendations. However, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. And this is really to provide an opportunity for the salary subcommittee and council to discuss compensation for the city manager. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of staff from council members or comments from the subcommittee? Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Murphy, could you explain for the benefit of the public why it is advantageous to allow a cash out of PTO?
There are a couple of reasons for cashing out of PTO, why it's beneficial for the city. One reason is that it brings down the city does a little bit differently than other agencies. Other agencies consider paid time off or vacation time as an unfunded liability because they don't book the time. So it's something that you don't anticipate that someone is going to use all at once. The city does it a little bit differently where when someone accrues vacation, we already book it. So we've already considered that they're going to take it at some time in the future. What this does is it allows 100 hours of PTO to be used now at this current pay rate rather than later in the future at a higher pay rate. So that's one reason. The other is it gives an employee who has had, many years of PTO accrual the opportunity to have additional cash out that they could bring home.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. And I'll just give a quick subcommittee update. So, ultimately, we chose 1% as a recommended number for this council, in that the 3% was automatic as of September 1st. And we thought, it's like from a performance standpoint, there's been a lot of positive things over Mr. Kirby's performance over the last year, a lot of positive feedback from residents on working with Mr. Kirby and ultimately, the direction of the city has been stellar from a AA+ standpoint, from a bond standpoint, but ultimately a lot of good things happening in the city over the last year, and thinking that from a salary standpoint, this made a lot of sense. From a PTO standpoint, the more cashed out, the less risk, financial risk of what upcoming raises would be from a city standpoint. So it actually is always in the best interest to encourage our employees to take their vacation or cash it out if they have a backlog like Mr. Kirby does. So ultimately, we thought that this was a fair increase considering the 3% increase that he received September 1st and felt that the PTO cash out was definitely in the city's best interest. And with that, I see no further comments or questions from council. I'll open up the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards in the room. City clerk, are there any remote participants wishing to speak under this item?
Yes, Mayor. First up is Steve. Steve, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the city council.
Okay. The PTO cash out, I don't have any problem with that, but I think our 3% automatic cost of, well, we won't call it cost of living, but that automatic adjustment, I think that should be adequate. I understand that Tim Kirby has done a very good job. I agree with that level that I've seen, but I do not think that we need to add a 1% sweetener to that. There are many employees over the years who have received no change at all during the year. There are many employees who have had reduction in hours or reduction in pay with the same hours. I guess we're in a pretty stable financial situation right now, but I think the 3% and the PTO buyout should be adequate, and I'd recommend that you do not approve the extra 1%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that was the final remote public speaker for this agenda item.
Okay, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council for questions or a motion. Councilmember Mellinger.
Just a question for Ms. Murphy, HR Director. Am I remembering correctly that it is standard in pretty much all of our city union contracts that there are annual wage increases built into those contracts?
There are, the speaker may be talking about during the recession, there were a number of agencies that had increases of 0. The city actually had some of the bargaining groups did not take a pay increase. It was in lieu of doing layoffs or furloughs.
And this was in the 2007 to 2009 recession, if I'm remembering correctly.
It was a pre-2012.
Through 2012. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, council member. Vice Mayor Sell.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go right ahead.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion, alternative 1, authorize the mayor to execute an amendment to the employee agreement between the city of Sunnyvale and city manager Tim Kirby and substantially this to the attached increase city manager salary by 1%, allow a one-time additional cash out of 100 hours from the existing paid time off balance effective October 26, 2025.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'll be happy to second that motion. To your motion.
Tim Kirby in this year, he's done several things to look at our processes, to consolidate them, to make them more effective, to make them more responsive to the residents. And, you know, he was our finance director for many years. And as we saw, we're like a AA+. So it appears that he has done an excellent job as city manager, being responsive to the residents, responsive and well received, I assume, by the employees. So I think that 3% plus 1% is well earned. And so I hope my colleagues support this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Next is Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Kirby has hit the ground running as city manager. He has spearheaded numerous key initiatives, reforms. He has maintained our legacy of fiscal strength and stability. He is driving key cultural shifts within the organization. He is doing overall an excellent job. And when you have an employee that is doing such a good job, a 4.03% salary increase is very well merited and deserved, and is certainly within best practices. I urge my colleagues, I vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mellinger. I'll second most of what you said as far as the efforts over the last year. I do want to highlight, we continue to look at process improvements, and I think that has been refreshing from a city standpoint of not just staff process improvements, but improvements for how the city council works with staff, which to me is one of the biggest improvements, trying to take a new look at how we do operations, and looking just earlier tonight on similar things on the study issue process. That, as well as the work plan, there's been a lot of positive movement from an organizational standpoint in the last year, and we continue to fly the plane while rebuilding it. So from my standpoint, this is well deserved, and I urge my colleagues to also vote yes on this item. With that, City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion carries 5-0 with Councilmember Cisneros and Lay absent.
Thank you. Next up are council member reports on activities from intergovernmental committee assignments. Is there any reporting? No. Okay. We'll move on to non-agenda items and comments. Councilmember Mellinger.
Perhaps we should wait for Mr. Kirby to re-enter the room. There he is.
You can start.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As we have adopted a new council priority project process, I would like to propose an idea for the idea list, which is to establish a trap, neuter, release program for stray cats and budget an amount not to exceed $100,000. I'd like to propose that for the idea list to be considered as a possible priority for next year.
And we are now looking for co-sponsors for that item. I'm happy to co-sponsor that item.
Actually, Mayor,
Yes.
just today I received an email from an organization which is doing that in Sunnyvale.
Correct.
So anyway, we can explore partnership or whatever. Okay.
But it's an idea list for
Yeah.
that next year. Okay. Vice Mayor Sal,
Co-sponsor.
thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan,
Co-sponsor.
thank you. Anything else?
That's it.
Councilmember?
Thank you.
Mellinger? Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Wanted to talk about Cal Cities. Okay. Cal Cities annual summit. City manager and then council member Chang and then myself and CIO Kathleen, we attended. It was interesting, and then some of the sessions were good, but mostly it was networking event. The second item I wanted to comment on is I want to thank our DPS and city staff for the pancake breakfast event, which was amazing. So many kids, so many families coming there. It was a wonderful event to be part of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chang.
Thank you. A couple months ago, I brought up a bill, the Legislative Action Committee for the Cities Association recommended, and it was signed into law SB 753 that cities can now return abandoned shopping carts directly to the retailer instead of impounding them for a waiting period. So I just wanted to share that exciting news.
That is exciting news. Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, City Manager, do you have any non-agenda items or comments?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention that there's a couple items of interest on the info-only reports tonight. We have the outdoor sports assessment that is attached, so you can see that. And then we also have the Q1 update for the work plan that's attached as a report. And as was mentioned, I failed to mention at the beginning of this agenda item on study issues, but we have the work plan dashboard live on the city's website. And so I encourage you to go take a look at that. And there's a little bit of an update in the info items also on where we are. So just wanted to share that, and also thank DPS for a very successful pancake breakfast over the weekend. It was well attended and enjoyed by all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, the meeting is adjourned at 11:13 p.m. Thanks to everyone who participated this evening. Have a good night.